Hello? 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 I picked out a very special waiting for stream screen. I was really proud of that one. I'm kind of a big fan. Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome. Welcome. We're starting. I'll probably give it a little bit more time before we actually get into things. Yeah, just a reminder, I guess, for anyone, just a rehash. For questions, if anyone has any questions as I'm going, as long as they're like relevant to what I'm talking about, I'll address them. If they're kind of like completely irrelevant or off topic of what I'm talking about, then I probably won't answer them until the end. But yeah. Other than that, yeah, I'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna hold like there will be like an hour or so at the end of the stream where I'll be able to answer any questions that you guys have if I didn't answer them during the actual stream. But yes, we're here. We're living. Hello, welcome. Yeah, I'll probably wait another maybe 5 or so minutes before I actually get started on new content. This is a continuation, yes, just so you know, this is a continuation of a previous stream that I did last week. Or not last week, oh my gosh, 2 weeks ago. Last month. You can find it if you go to my channel. Hold up, let me drag it real quick. Whoop. If you go over here, it's not under videos, it's under live. You can see right there. There's the first one. It's 7 hours long. It runs through all of the very basic stuff. All the very very basics of like importing things and getting all that stuff set up. This is going to be a bit more complex. I say complex. It's not going to be too complex. It's still going to be really simple. It should be easy to follow, but we're talking about some of the more complex mechanics and things like that creatures can have. Yeah, we'll be doing a little bit of graphing. I'll be talking about setting up saddles. That's one thing that I didn't talk about last time. Yeah, we'll be doing a little bit of graphing, setting up a ranged attack. I want to do that today. And just various little things you can do with the character blueprint and stuff like that can add some more complex mechanics if you don't just want your creature to be a left click bot. I'll be talking about making variants. We'll be making an alpha variant. So yeah, last time when we did this, we made this guy. It was just an edit of my Majunga. I have made a couple of changes since last time. I changed his name. I'll just go ahead and spawn him in. Just a reminder, yeah, Alt P to go into Pi Plan Editor. Yeah, here he is. So yeah, there have been a couple of changes. But again, nothing that we didn't actually go over previously. I just got some different textures in there. And towards the end of the stream, we spoke about attaching meshes in the viewport here. We had done this jawbone here. So I just did that same thing like 20 times and attached a bunch of bones to this guy. Just to make him look, I don't know, cool. I think it looks cool. And then yeah, I substituted out some of the materials with new ones so it wasn't just directly a copy. But again, nothing new. Like literally, I just re-imported different ones. It's still the same setup with the, I guess it's the teeth textures. I don't know why I opened up this one. But it's still the same like setup, still the same diffuse, colorized, layered, normal. The only difference, I guess, with the body material is I did have a iridescent done. and that's just plugged in down here in Iridescence. But again, it's the same sort of concept where you just find wherever it slots in, and you plug this in. Yeah, and so pretty much just did that, but nothing too groundbreaking in terms of changing things with the textures or anything like that. They just look different, but the actual textures themselves, the process that I went over, it's still all the same. I also went ahead and went through and imported all of the other sounds. I only did like one sound, I think, just to show you how it's done, because it would take way too long to go through and do every single sound. So I went and I did that for all of the other animations and things like that, like the attack and the cuddle and stuff like that. I went and I set up the sounds for that. Again, it's the same process, the same concept for doing it with any other sound, right? It's just, obviously it's different depending on the animation. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for things that I did off stream. I don't think I did anything else. I guess, I mean, I substituted some animations just so he's not a direct copy. Like, I changed out the charge animation to load. I changed it out to the actual head down one, because I think that one looks a little better. But yeah, nothing that we didn't go over, really. That should be gone. Spoilers, I guess. That was supposed to be gone. Oops. But yeah, nothing we didn't go over. I changed the name. I changed the name to Globster, because I like lobsters. Let's see. Hold up. Let me pull up my notes. I have a copy of it. A globster is an unidentified organic mash that washes up on the seashore of an ocean or another body of water. A globster is distinguished from a normal beach carcass by being hard to identify, at least by initial untrained observers, and by creating controversy as to its identity. Yeah, I thought that was pretty fitting. I don't know. I like it. He spawns on beaches. He's like a little freak. He's got like bones and stuff sticking out of him. I thought that was kind of a neat thing. I was trying to think of how to go about this series going forward, and especially for the graphing stuff, which is what we're going to talk about today. And what I ended up deciding is like having more of a concept for what this creature is going to do. I think is going to help, instead of just making a bunch of theoreticals. Actually having like mechanics that I want to do, that I want to include. That way I'm not just like explaining what they do, and I'm actually like setting them up properly. That especially goes for like graphing stuff, which is why I did that. Yeah, which is why I wanted to set them up, and why I wanted to come up with like an actual idea for them. And yeah, that's kind of my concept for him. He's just like a little beach combing little guy. Kind of walks around, does God knows what. And sort of just struts around, you know? So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess I will talk very briefly about some things that I didn't, that I got wrong on the first one. I do want to talk about that. Make sure that I have my correct one plugged in. Yes, I do. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm a little all over the place right now. But yeah, just a couple of things that I missed out on in the first one, or like didn't properly address necessarily. The first off was the entry icon. I know that didn't work in the stream. It actually... it should work now. It was working the other day. Yep, you can see. Look. Entry icon is working. Yeah, literally all I did was just restart the kit. So things like that. Things that you're editing in the MDA. This goes for the mod data asset, I should say. Or the MDA, whatever. So things like entry icons, engrams. If you're adding new engrams, sometimes those will not pop up right away. And so you will need to sometimes restart your kit to make sure Uh, it's always a good idea maybe to do that every once in a while. That way you're not panicking and trying to figure out what is causing an issue when it's just the kit is being temperamental. So sometimes that's a good idea to do. Yeah, and that's how that worked with the entry icon. Yeah. The footprints, I guess I can talk about the footprints as well, because that was one thing. I explained how to set them up. I didn't explain, though, necessarily how they work. If you're having problems with footprints, sometimes, like you can see, they're working now, but sometimes they don't work here. If they're ever not working... Oh, so I changed the footprint sounds. Well, I didn't change them. I had I had Mordecai that changed them for me. And a couple of other sounds, which we'll see in a little bit. But if footprints are ever not working, you can just come over here to this slope. This slope almost always will get footprints to work. Yeah, sometimes you just need to go up, and typically when you're walking downhill is when they work. So if you're ever having issues with that, right? But you can see, yeah, the footprints are working. For the actual positions of them, that is adjusted in the dyno settings, where we adjusted them here. So this front offset, back offset, obviously front offset is for the front legs, back offset for hind legs. Yeah, like this one, it only uses back, so we only need back. If you have like a quadrupedal animal or something like that, then you'll want to use the front and back offset, but you just set them to 0. Basically, that's the offset of the actual socket which we set up. So, because right now it's set to 0, 0, 0. If I set this to like 200, like 200 on the Z, or 200, maybe 200 on the X is a better example. If I set that to like 200 on the X, and I go to my socket, which is, I believe it's the VFX socket, it would spawn, let me just, for example, set this to 200. That's where the actual footprint would spawn, right? Typically, you want it to be set to 0. However, with some things, you may want to adjust them, depending. I'm trying to think of a good example. Maybe for something like an arthropod that might have multiple limbs that you may need, like more than 4 limbs, is one instance where you may want to mess with the front offset and back offset. However, typically you don't need to. In fact, the main thing you're going to do is, yeah, you're going to want to adjust the rotation here. If for whatever reason, sometimes this happens where your footprints will be facing like off to the side or facing like straight backwards. Mine, I actually adjusted and fixed them, but they were, when they first started out, they were backwards. I can actually show it because it's a socket. That's done actually here in the socket. So if I set this to 0, right, and now I walk, let's see. Look, you see how that left foot now, the footprint is, or better if I jump off. You can see how the left footprint is now like facing sideways. That's because I changed the angle of it. So the angle of it, if the footprints are like slightly off, I don't remember. I think it was this one. No, I'm doubting myself. Let me see, which one was it? Okay, no, it was the second one. Okay. But yeah, if the angle is ever off, then you'll need to adjust. You'll adjust those there in the actual skeleton, in the actual socket, the VFX socket, or whatever you named your footprint socket. Right. And now, look at that. They're all nice and happy and working. Yippee! Yeah, so that's for footprints. So yeah, the actual position of it is done in the dyno settings, and the rotation of it, the rotation of the footprints is done in the skeleton. Okay? And that's pretty much it for those. The only other thing I guess I can touch on quickly is torpor. This is one thing I didn't really mention because it's just listed here. But yes, when I was changing the stats, I changed health, stamina, and things like this. There's also torpidity here. Torpidity, that is the maximum amount of torpor, so it's set to 250 right now. I think originally it was set to like 400 or something like that. But I reduced it to 250 because he's smaller. And then if you just search up like Torp. And yeah, you can see here the like recovery rate. So if you want your creature to wake up faster or slower, you'll set that there. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of other settings down here. But yeah, the main ones are these two, right? The max torpidity and then the recovery rate, right? Which is how quickly it wakes up. If you want your creature to wake up really quickly, you'll do that. And I think that's it for Torpor. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it for the things that I missed last time, or that I didn't necessarily cover. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we'll move on to some new things. A couple of other things really quickly just to touch on. Some basic things that I, again, I forgot to show, but do you hear that sound? That's not a Majunga sound. That's not a sound that my Majunga should be making. That is actually a Carno sound. But last time, we went through and we changed all the sounds, and then I went and changed them on the other animations. So why is it still making that sound? That doesn't make any sense. It shouldn't be making a random Carno sound, right? If I just fly out of the way. Do I need to de-render them, maybe? Okay. Yeah. There. You hear that? That's a Carno sound. I don't want that sound. I mean, it's alright. It kind of fits. But I don't want that sound because it's a Carno sound, especially if you're making a copy of a different creature that's like completely unrelated or like completely different. You want to change that. And that's not done in the animations, which is why it's very annoying if you notice it. It's actually real sneaky. It's over here. If you go, it doesn't really matter where you're at, but it's over here in the Components tab. If you scroll all the way down, now yours won't be as long as this. This is just because I have all of these static meshes attached. But if you scroll down here to where we set up the status component, you'll see right above it, there is something called Proximity Sound. Proximity Sound is the sound that your creature makes when it spawns or when you first load it in, when you first like render it. And you can see it's currently set to Carno Idle. So we want to change that to our idle, right? So let's find idle. Here we go. Globster idle. So we'll plug that in. Okay. And now, when we spawn our creature in, it shouldn't be making any more Carno sounds. Now it should be only making yep. Hear that? Yeah. So now it's not making that random Carno idle sound. Okay. So yeah, that's a very sneaky thing that I spent like forever trying to figure out what was going on with it. But yeah, that's just like a little sneaky thing when you're making copies of things that you may want to adjust, that you might not know where to look for. But yeah, it's right here under the components, right next to the status component, right here under proximity sound. Okay. Another thing I should mention, I don't know if I'm going to actually set this up for my guy, but if you are wanting to set up any kind of headshot multiplier or damage reduction, they're both done the same way. They're just different values. So think like Trike. Trike takes like 90% reduced damage when you shoot it in the head. Or think like Raptor if you get a headshot, or a bunch of like small creatures that have headshots. That is done here in the character blueprint. They are called bone damage adjusters. It's not here, and that's because I didn't click on class defaults. But yeah, you can see here, because we're using Carno, it uses head and jaw. Our bone names are different, so if you want to keep your bone damage adjusters, if you want to keep a headshot multiplier on your creature, you'll just need to change the bone name to whatever bone you're using. So for my guy, sure, you know what? I'll keep it. I'll say, where are you? I believe it's just head and jaw. There's just no C. So I'll go ahead and change those on mine. So I'll just change the names to head and to jaw. Okay. And now, because it's set to 1.5, it'll take 1.5 times damage. If you wanted it to take reduced damage, like how Trike does, you would set this to a lower value. Now, the one difference I will say is, this used to not be a thing on ASA, but then it was again. So I don't understand I don't know which way is the correct way. It's been fixed for quite some time, so I'm assuming that they want to keep it this way. But technically, these bone damage adjusters only work for player characters, for like ranged weapons, right? So like if you shoot something with a long neck or something, right, or anything like that. What they don't work for is creature on creature combat. It used to work that way, like when ASA first launched. They had it that way, but then they went back and changed it. So I don't know which one it's meant to be. But as of making this video, as of this stream, currently it is set up that this only works for players and for player damage. Okay. So yeah, if you want to set it up differently, that'll be a bit more complex. I don't know if I'm really going to go over that. That would be kind of annoying to explain. But yeah, if you want to set it up to work with creatures, that would require some actual graphing here. Other than that, let's talk about turn in place. That was one thing that I didn't actually import that I probably should have, honestly. So I went ahead and imported the animations. Again, this is just like setting up the walk or the run, right? That we explained with the foot socket, the VFX socket, the particle effects, the footstep sound, just because he's actually stepping. However, the actual animation itself, I have not plugged in yet. So this is just, again, the same as what I did with the walk animation, right? And we'll open up the Anim blueprint. Because we're using the dynamic Anim override one, this actually already has turning set up in here. Oops, wrong one, sorry. So we'll go over here. It'll be on edit selected instance. Again, you'll want to click on edit defaults. That way you're actually editing the Anim blueprint itself. So we'll go in here. And we'll search up, I believe it's called turning. Yes, turn in place left. And you can see here, use turn in place animation. We'll want to enable that, shockingly. And we'll want to go into our animations. Again, it's control space, by the way, to bring up your content drawer, if you ever forget that. Yeah, and we'll grab our turning left and turning right, and we'll plug those in. So turning left and turning right. And now our Anim blueprint is set up to support turn-in-place animations. So let's go ahead and spawn our guy in. And you'll notice I still can't turn in place. That is because there is an additional setting you need to enable in the character blueprint to support turning in place. So not only do you need to set it up in the Anim blueprint, but you also need to set it up. How do I need to save you? Strange. Okay, whatever. So not only do you need to set it up in the Anim blueprint here, but you also need to set it up in the character blueprint. And it is quite a mouthful. It is called require acceleration for use controller desired. Can't even see it. Controller desired rotation. It's a mouthful, like I said. This is what allows you to turn in place. Now, it's enabled right now, which means that we cannot turn in place. So it's a little counterintuitive. Basically, require acceleration for use controller desired rotation means that you need to actually press a button, probably W, because almost all creatures, with the exception of some strafing creatures, use W for their moving. So you need to be moving in order to rotate, essentially is all this says. Requires acceleration, needs to move, in order to rotate the way that your camera is facing. So if we disable this, compile, save, and spawn in our guy, Look at that. Now we can turn in place. Turn the other way. Oh. Oh, so lovely. Turning in place is so handy. I should mention, yes, turn in place is it is bound to your rotation rate. Let's see if I can find where it is. There's so many different ones. Oh no. This is why I don't like doing it live. Because then you don't have to see me forget what things are called. Hello? 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 No. How can I find it? Oh my god, is it turn? Can't be called turn, surely not. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Give me a moment, I will find it, I promise. I don't think it's this one. This is so bad. I can't believe I forgot. It's one of these settings. And when I find it and when I remember, I'll be very happy. Let me just, you know what, let's just do modified. Let's scroll down here real quick. Should be, there we go, rotation rate. Oh my goodness, it was the easiest one. Yes, so your rotation rate, which is what controls when you walk, how quickly you rotate, that is directly tied to your turn in place. So your turn in place rate at which you turn in place will be at the exact same rate at which you would turn in place, or at which you would turn while moving. Yeah, so those are like directly tied to each other. Okay. And by the way, what I did right there is I went up here and did show only modified properties. It's handy if you're looking for a specific thing that is exclusive to a creature. Trying to think of like an example. What's a creature that is a really specific mechanic, right? I know. Let's grab the Argent, right? No, this is a very there are other easier ways to do this, but if you're ever looking for a creature and you want to find something that is exclusive to that creature, what you can do is go up here to show only modified properties. There are all these properties that our creature has, but we only change some of them. And so what show only modified properties does is it obviously shows only what was modified. So let's say that I want to find the melee damage type that was used for the Argent. So I would go up here. I don't look for it. Let's see. Here we go. Melee damage type, right? You can see medium flyer, right? That's the that is the damage type that the Argent uses, right? So if I'm trying to find a specific one, or any specific feature, that's like a weird example, but if you're looking for a specific feature that only a certain creature has, you can go up here and do show only modified properties. It's quite handy for finding like specific things. It's especially handy when making like saddles and weapons and things like that. So you can find what specifically needs to be changed, because so many of those use the same base blueprint. Okay. But yeah, so we have our turn in place now set up. I suppose one thing we can do as well, we can talk about ramping speed. There are two different ways to do that. There's charging, which I'm not going to do, because charging is annoying. It kind of sucks. But this is, you can see, like you would just enable can charge, right? And you would plug in your animations here, right? The way that think of like specifically this is for something like Trike or like Pachycephalo, right? Where they It's an actual attack, like when they hold down right click and it charges. That is what this charge is. What I want to do instead, which I think is easier, honestly, is I just want to have the ramping speed. So think of something like Dire Bear, think of Woolly Rhino, things like those creatures that have like gradual building speed. Okay. Make sure I just turned off that can charge. Yes. Okay. Let's just compile real quick. Somebody doesn't start charging randomly. And what I'm going to do for that, it's a different setting called Scale Extra Running Speed Modifier. Okay. So there are 4 settings basically for this that you need to worry about. First off, you want to enable it. This is true pretty much of anything. This is why a lot of people will say, like, it's always a check mark when things don't work. Like, it's always a checkbox that someone misses. Because, yes, you need to, not only do you need to set these values, but you also need to enable things. That goes for any blueprint that you use. So you can do all of the graphing in the world for use BP override targeting location here. You can have, like, pages upon pages of stuff that you've done for it. But if you don't have this checkmark enabled, none of that is going to actually trigger. Okay. So generally speaking, yes, if you ever want to modify things, make sure that you checkmark it. But yeah, we're going to be doing, let's just grab these 4. So minimum, it's kind of self-explanatory. This is the starting speed. So like how much do you want it to build up in speed? So for the maximum, I'm just going to set it to 1. For some reason, this value does not like being set to anything higher than 1. So pretty much 1 is going to be like the maximum possible speed that your creature can move will be 1. Does that kind of make sense? So not like the starting charge speed is 1, but the like end point is set to 1. Okay. And then for the minimum, that's the starting speed. So I'll set it to 0.5. Okay. So it's going to start at half speed and then build up to full speed. Right. Yeah. And then the extra scale extra running speed modifier speed. Very funny. A little double speed there. This is the rate at which it grows. This is the rate at which it builds up in speed. So the higher the number, it'll still be a decimal. It'll still be like, we set it to like 0.2 or something, right? Then it'll build up 0.2 every every X amount of time, right? So if you want it to very gradually build up in speed, then you want this number to be very small. I want this number to be very small. So let's set this to like 0.03. Okay. I think that's fine, right? So we have that. Now, I'll spawn it in real quick just to show you. But this is not going to work the way that I intend it to because I didn't tweak the actual max speed because we had started out with a certain max speed. So you can see, let's Cayman. If I start to run, you can see I'm moving really, really slow to start out with, right? And I don't want that. I don't want my creatures to start out that slow or end out like this slow. I want them to move quicker. So if I just let me grab real quick. Scale extra running. If I just turn this off, and by the way, you can always just disable it and it'll just turn off. That's the handy part about the check marks. Despite when you forget them. If I just spawn this guy in now, you can see, like, this is kind of the default running speed that I want. I want this to be my 0.5 running speed, right? And I want it to build up and be faster than this. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-enable this first off. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to search up the running speed modifier right here, which is how quickly my creature runs, because I want it to move at this is very confusing, but I want it to move at half speed but I want it to move at the normal rate, but it's at half of the speed, I'm going to double this modifier. So I want this to be 9 because it's 0.5. Again, that's partially the reason why I chose it, why I chose 0.5. You can choose a different number. There's just going to be a lot more math involved, which is not very fun. So, yeah, I'm going to set this to 9, which is double my original value, which was 4.5. However, because I doubled my running speed, I can just spawn it in real quick and show you. My creature's feet, because I like timed them and lined them up, my creature's feet are going to start sliding now, which is going to look kind of bad. It's not the end of the world if your creature does. Like, it's not a super big deal, but you can see that's pretty egregiously sliding. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the animations. I'm going to find the charging animations. Again, just a reminder if you weren't here, while these are called charge animations, they are not actually charge animations. They are sprinting animations just for whatever reason in the dev kit, and they refer to them as charge, and they refer to walk animations as move. It's very annoying. And because I doubled the running speed modifier, I'm going to want to double the speed at which this animation plays. Okay? And that's done over here at rate scale. So if I set this value to 2 and save and play, you can see it's running twice as fast. Now, again, because it's set to 0.5, a lot of math is kind of confusing. Because it's set to 0.5, technically this animation will be playing at half the speed when it starts running, and it'll only be playing this quickly when I fully reach max speed, which will take quite a while, so you won't really see it running this goofy Sonic speed as much, so that 2.0 rate scale isn't quite as egregious. And because this is a charge animation, because this is a movement animation, and we have left and right variants, we're going to want to set the rate scale on these as well. So I'm going to set the rate scale on the left and the rate scale on the right to 2. I'm going to save. And now, when I spawn in, spawn in my Globster, ride him, you can see now my feet line up, right? And you can see it's not moving as quickly, again, because it's set to 0.5, right? But now, as it's gradually building up, he's moving faster and faster and faster, right? And I think that looks pretty cool, right? I don't know. I like that. I think that's pretty fun. Right. Okay. So now we have our creature. He has ramping speed. He can turn in place. He's super cool. One thing I will mention real quickly that I don't know if I'm actually going to change. Maybe I will. Notice that my rider, his legs are really splayed. So they don't like match with the sides of my dino very well. That is the rider animation. That is also done in the dino's character blueprint. So if we go back here to our character blueprint, if I'm moving too fast, by the way, if anyone needs me to stop, let me know. But in the character blueprint, if we search up rider, you can see here rider anim override, right? Right now it's set to idle wide. So that's probably why the idle is so wide. So let's change this. Let's change this to just the normal ride sitting. No? Where on earth are you? Oops. Let's see. Here we go. I know there's one for Cave Wolf. There's kneeling ones, I know, right? For certain creatures. Let's pull up, like, let me think of a similarly sized creature. Maybe maybe a raptor. Let's see what riding animations a raptor uses, right? So Primal Earth, dinos. Let's find a raptor. See what you use. Yeah, this one. Okay. Might take a bit, because raptor does have a lot of graphic. He doesn't have any. That's so interesting. Probably because he uses the default writing animation, right? So if I undo these, save, and spawn in. Spawn in. Rise here. Look at that. I'm using the default writing animation, and my feet are so much closer to you. Ah, lovely. Right? Okay. And obviously, if you wanted your rider pose to be changed, you'd plug them in here, right? So again, if it's a larger creature and you want them to be wider, you could also, if you make a unique, like if you make your own custom rider animation, I'm not going to show how to do that because that's stuff that's done in Blender. But if that's something that you wanted to do, you would do those and then plug them in here, right? Or yeah, again, like kneeling. That was the one that I was thinking of, was kneeling. Yeah, like, so I know the Scorpion has kneeling. Tapejara, yeah, Tapejara has one. There's a bunch. There's like the is it called Space Whale? I think it is. Hold on. Ride. Yeah, Oasisaur, Yeeling, like things that have very unique riding animations will have various ones, right? So, yeah, see, no weapon, ride, idle. Oh my god, they spelled that wrong. I never noticed that before. That is actually so upsetting. Idle. I can't believe that the ride idle is here. Right? So I can plug those in. And yeah. Right. So I can compile those. Save. Or yeah, if you just want the default one, you can just remove these and set them to default. Like the Raptor does. Right? Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, cool. He's sick. He's all working. He's got a bunch of attacks. I suppose next up I can talk about ranged attacks. There are a lot of different ways to set up ranged attacks. I'm going to show probably the easiest possible way that you can set up a ranged attack. Also the most bare bones basic way. There will be no aiming. There will be nothing like that. We are going to do the most simple, super, super basic ranged attack for this creature. Think like Thorny Dragon. Think like Arenio. Think Reaper. We're going to be using the Reaper one. Spoilers. But yeah, so very, very basic, like no complex aiming mechanics or anything like that. Thorny Dragon has a little bit of aiming, which is why we're not using it. I was like, yeah, so we're going to be using the Reaper because the Reaper's one is so simple. Again, there's no graphic involved in it whatsoever. It's super easy. Reaper, by the way, is called Nameless in the kit. I think it's really funny. But yeah, let's go ahead and open up the Reaper Queen one. Right. Because what I want with my guy, and I'll go ahead and show you. You can see that on the viewport. Yeah, he's got like all these big spikes on his tail. So what I want to do is I want to have him shoot spikes out of his tail. Again, think like Reaper or like Thorny Dragon. I think that would be cool. So I want to set that up. Okay. So, and I know that the Reaper has it. And again, this goes for any sort of creature. If you want like a simpler mechanic, you can always search up and see how other creatures do that. And just, yeah, use it, right? So I'm going to go into the attack infos. Very easy thing to do. Yeah, bite attack, web attack. What I want is the tail spike attack. Here we go. Right? And the reason I'm grabbing this is for two-ish things, mainly one thing. It is this right here, the attack state type class. This is what basically determines, this is what determines the attack. For any normal melee attack, you can see that it's set to Dino Attack State Melee, right? But for ranged attacks and things like that, they need a custom Dino Attack State. So what we're going to do is we're going to click this little folder with the magnifying glass. We're going to click on that. And we have it. And we're going to make a copy of this in our own creatures folder. We're going to make a copy here. Yeah, now we have this. Let's rename this. Let's call this, because they're going to be like bones, so let's call it Bone Shot. Let's call it _Globster Bone Shot, or again, whatever you want to name your thing to, right? So let's go ahead and open this up. Again, this is very, 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 very straightforward and very simple. And there's not even any range sockets or anything like that. There are up here. But we're not using an aim socket. We're not aiming. We're not doing anything. We are doing the very, very most basic things. Okay. So first up, if you're using this specific one, this is different depending on which one you use. I can show it a little bit with the Thorny Dragon one as well. These two, the start and end sockets. So we need to make a socket, just like we made a melee socket for when we bite. In order for the bite to actually hit things, we need to make a ranged socket. And this one is called ranged tail socket, so we'll copy this. Now, the reason why there's two here, I'll go ahead and show this real quick. We'll go to our end here, and again, to make a socket, you right-click on the bone that you want, and you can add sockets, right? We'll go in here, we'll double-click. We'll name it ranged tail socket, right? Because they're all going to shoot out from the base of the tail here. Now, the reason why the Reaper one has a start and an end socket, it doesn't really work that well on the Reaper, but this would be if you want the attacks to come from a range. So let's say I wanted the entire tail to shoot these off. Right? Kind of think like Thorny Dragon a little bit, where like the shots come from all over. What I would do is I would change the name of this to end, and then the projectiles would come from this end point to that end point, or from that start point to this end point, right? They would come from like a spread. I don't really want that. I want them all to come from the tip of the tail, so I'm actually going to delete that, and I'm just going to keep this ranged tail socket, and we're just going to change the name of this one from end to ranged tail socket, because we don't really need to worry about the spread like that. So we're going to compile this. We're going to save this. The spread, that's the amount of spread that it has. Kind of self-explanatory, I think. Let's just reduce this a little bit. Let's set it to like 0.06, right? That's half of that, right? The projectiles multiplier, I think you can guess what the multiplier for the number of projectiles does. We're going to increase this a little bit. So let's increase this to maybe 5, right? Okay. Lead target. We're going to check that. We don't need to worry about that. Again, we're going for very, 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 very basic. All this is, yes, it's doing this. It's going to spawn out a certain number of projectiles. And down here, animation custom name. It's called Spray Web. That's what the one on Reaper is called. Oops, sorry. This is, again, if you remember last time, or if you were here last time, in the bite montage, we needed to set up the time in the animation when the actual bite happens, right? That's done here with the melee swing, right? We're going to do a similar thing, again, with an anim notify state custom, with our ranged attack. And I have it right here. I made the animation up. Again, same as with the attack animation. I just imported it. I added the sound. You see, yeah, I added the sound. It's real cool. And I want to set up the time in which it's going to shoot the projectiles off, right? So let's try and get a good time for this. Let's try and find it, right? So, right there, right? Maybe a little bit before. Okay, so we'll right-click, add notify state. We want an anim notify state custom, right? That's what we want. Okay, click on that. Technically, it could be fairly short because they're shooting out so quickly. Oh, I'm sorry, my dog is losing his mind. All right, there we go. And we're gonna name this. Now it's called Web Spray in the original, but let's call this like Bone Shot, right? So that's because that's what it is, right? It's a bone shot, right? And we go back into the Dino attack state. We'll change the name of this to Bone Shot, right? So now they match. Okay. And we'll save. And we'll go in here. And we're going to make a new attack because we don't actually have a secondary attack for this, right? So we have the attack state, we have the attack animation set up, but we don't have the actual attack again, right? So we'll go over here to attack infos, right? You can see we have index 0, which is our byte. We're going to add a new array element. And just for ease, I'm just going to right click, copy this, and paste it, right? And we'll just change values, okay? So first off, the attack name, we're going to change this to Bone Shot, right? The attack animation, we're going to plug in our new animation right here, right? Slide it in right there. Lobster attack, Bone Shot montage, right? Attack weight is set to 1 because we only have one animation. Let's just compile this real quick. And save. Okay. Now, ranged socket, we're going to set that to our ranged tail socket. Enter. Okay. Our melee damage type, we actually don't need to worry about that. However, our projectile class, we do need to worry about. So, I believe it's called Xeno. Yes, Xenomorph Needle. We'll just set it to this just temporarily. We will change this. But for right now, yeah, let's just set it to Xenomorph Needle. And yeah, we're going to, again, control space brings this up and down. We're going to grab our Dino attack state. We're going to plug it in right here, attack state type class, right? And now we have our Bone Shot plugged in. I'm going to save this. We're going to compile this. And we are all set. Now, there are other values here. I should mention the only other important one right here is scale projectile damage by Dino damage. You can have that disabled if you don't want the damage to increase. I do. I don't know why you wouldn't, but for some projectile attacks, it's not. I guess for like tech saddles and stuff like that, it might be disabled because those scale differently. Or like Tropio, the way that Tropio saddle works with like the way that the damage increases based on rarity of the saddle, not based off of the Tropio's damage itself. And yeah, I think that's it. So we have our... Oh, I'm sorry, I was on our bite. That's why. I was wondering why I was like, why is there nothing correct here? There we go, yes. So we have our animation plugged in. We can delete our melee swing socket. We actually don't need to worry about that. Oops. I accidentally did it on both of them. Sorry. Let me make sure that I get the name correct. Melee socket. compile. Let's save. Let's drop that. Yeah, you see. Look at that. We now have our little ranged attack. And I'll go ahead and Alt-P. Let's spawn in. Let's get our lobster. And I right-click. Look at that, he fires projectiles. Isn't that cool? Right? And it's coming out of our socket that we set up, right? I don't know why it's not spreading. Maybe let's increase the spread a little bit more again to see if that fixes it. But yeah, you can see we're spawning out projectiles, and that's very cool. Shooting out all the fun projectiles. Yeah, and so now we have a ranged attack. Now, I can talk about quickly with the ranged attack. If you have multiple attacks, and by the way, I should mention, the fact that these are set to index 0 and index 1 is very important, and it's why we have avoided doing any graphing this far for these attacks, because by default, the character blueprint, when you set it up, index 0 and index 1 for attack infos are always, always, always bound to left-click and right-click, right? If we had additional attacks that were on different keybinds, we would need to actually set those up. However, for this right now, because it's set to index 1 and index 0, we don't actually need to worry about that, which is really cool. Yeah, shooting out. Look at that. And that's right click, and this is left click, right? So bite, and there's right click. Okay. Now, a couple of things with attacks. There are a couple of settings down here that we can change. These check marks down here. These, again, we don't super need to worry about other than the damage amount we can set. Things like that. I probably want this to be a little less, so let's set it to like 5. There we go. Okay. First off, basic attack versus high quality attack. This is a very, very easy way if you enable high quality attack. A high quality attack is essentially an attack that is like a strong attack. If you ever have a strong attack that a creature has, it will not use it. It will not prioritize using that attack, right? Think like wyverns with their breath attacks, right? They don't use that attack all the time. They still bite quite a bit. That is why, because it's a high quality attack, right? Yeah, it's a very easy way to do it. Another way you can do this is up here with attack weight. So we have 2 attacks. So if I wanted this creature to use its bite 90% of the time, and again, this is purely for in the wild, not when you're writing it. When you're writing it, obviously it uses whatever button you click. But this is for in the wild or when they're untamed, or when they're tamed unwritten. If I want it to use its bite 90% of the time, and its tail attack 10% of the time, what I could also do is I could set this attack weight by default is set to 1.0. It's all out of 1.0. So, again, think of it kind of like if you have multiple animations here, right? I would set this attack weight to 0.9 for the bite and 0.1 for the tail attack. That means that 90% of the time, our dino will use its bite attack, and 10% of the time, it'll use its tail attack. That's another way to do that. You don't necessarily need to do it that way. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm just going to keep the high-quality attack part. You can do it either way, though. It doesn't really matter. And that's, by the way, like I said, that's the same with if you have multiple animations. So if I had a secondary, like, bite animation that I wanted to use, I could add a new element, right? And I would plug in that animation. Just for the purpose of this, I'll just plug in same one again, right? And then your attack animation weights. It's the same sort of concept of the attack weight, right? If I wanted it to use this animation 70% of the time and this animation 30% of the time, I would do it like this, right? So it's 0.7, 0.3. It's all out of one. So if I wanted to favor one attack over the other, or just normally what you would do is you would just set it to 0.5 and 0.5, right? However, because we only have one attack animation, we're not going to worry about that. So I'm just going to set this to 1, right? Now, after the bone shot real quick, all the way down. There are a couple of other values that I probably want to disable, like prevent while swimming, prevent when insufficient stamina, you know, that's this sort of stuff. Attack stops movement, yeah, that sort of stuff, right, that I just want to disable in general. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of values like that, right? And you can kind of see them, like prevent with rider, right? They are all fairly self-explanatory as to what they do. I will mention just that this attack stops movement thing actually doesn't like stop you while the animation is playing. What it'll do is it'll stop when you hit the button, right? Your character will still move while this animation is playing. In order to actually make this animation, because this is a full body animation, right? Like the actual animal like moves, right? This goes for full body animations in general. In order to set them up in the character VP, you would go into prevent input right here. Animations prevent input. And you can see I already have it set up, but if I didn't, right? Any full body animations that you have here. So the cuddle, sometimes if your eat animation is a full body animation, you'll have that plugged in here. Mine is an additive, thankfully. But yeah, you'll go ahead and plug those in right here. Okay? And yeah, animations prevent input. Basically, yeah, what that means is while that animation is playing, you won't be able to input anything. So you won't, your character won't be able to move, right? Your character won't be able to like do other attacks and things, right? I hope that kind of makes sense. But yeah, so now our animation is full body. It can't use it while swimming. It's a high quality attack, which means that in the wild and unridden, it will prioritize using its bite over using that attack. And one more thing that I maybe want to set up is this attack is pretty strong, right? I think this attack is pretty strong. So maybe what I would want to do is set this attack on a cooldown, right? Because, yeah, that's a lot of projectiles, right? And that's pretty strong for such a small creature. So maybe what I want to do is I want to go, again, back to the attack infos. Let's drop this down. And here, there is a value called attack interval, right? This determines how frequently it can use the attack. Set to 10, so every 10 seconds it can use the attack. It's in seconds, right? So right now, every 10 seconds, this creature can use its attack. The other value that you need to change, and do not forget to change this value, is rider attack interval. This attack interval value does not do what you think it does. That only works, again, going back to what I was talking about earlier with the attack weight. That attack interval only works while the creature is unmounted or while the creature is in the wild. In order for it to actually work while you're riding it, you need to change this attack rider interval. So I'm going to set that to 10 as well. Okay, maybe I want to increase the stamina cost a little bit because it's a pretty strong attack. So let's set it to like 25, right? Okay, and we'll compile, and we'll save. And that's also why I prevent when insufficient stamina. I add that in a build. Okay, so now when I spawn in my creature and spawn him in, keep going. Now, if I use this attack, you can see I'm spamming right click. It's not working. It's not working yet. Give it a minute. There we go. 10 seconds have passed, right? So now it has a cooldown, right? Whereas the other effects. That's another way, by the way, that you can set up to like force a high quality attack. Like another way to kind of skirt around the quote unquote high quality attack stuff, right? If you don't want to use that, like you can also do it through cooldown. So even though the attack weight of this attack is set to 1.0, because it has a 10-second cooldown, it's only going to be able to use that attack every 10 seconds. That's another way that you can set that up with like the high quality attacks and things like that, right? So that your creature doesn't just spam this attack. Okay. That's pretty much it. Let's look over here at the projectile really quickly. Yes. Let's go over here to the projectile. I'm going to make a copy of this. And we'll talk about, things that you can tweak with this. Oh my gosh, what happened? No, go back. I want you. There we are. I'm losing myself. We're going to make a copy of this projectile. Again, what I did there is, the projectile class, whatever projectile you're using, you can also click this little drop down, right? I believe there's I think it's called Spiny? Yeah, Spiny for the Thorny Dragon. That's why it's called that. But yeah, if you're going to make a custom one, which we'll talk about that today because, you can click on, again, the little search here and pull that up, and I just made a copy of that. So, right here, you can see we have our projectile xenomorph needle. I'm going to change the name of this to projectile. Let's change it to bone shard. I don't know. That sounds pretty cool, right? Bone shard. A couple of things you can tweak. The main things here, by the way, the xenomorph one, it actually does, it just uses the Thorny Dragon one, which I think is pretty funny. Again, this is a good opportunity because there's so many values here, but this is such a simple projectile that we don't need to worry about those. We can just go over here to show only modified properties. Again, very handy, right? Look here, explosion emitter, right? This is the particles that it spawns, right? Look at that. We would have had to scroll down so far to find that, right? The impact, right? Stuff like that. The speed, right? And we can modify that if you want it to move slower, things like that. Again, that's all stuff that you can change in here. I'm not going to change too much of that. The only thing that I really want to change is this here, the damage type and the direct damage type, right? So, we can go ahead and switch up here real quick. Let's see. Let's go ahead and drop down. Oops. I spelled it wrong. That's fine. All right. Let's see. And you can see there's a whole bunch of different options here, right? There's Trank, there's things like that, right? There's a whole bunch of different things. Yeah, okay. Maybe what I want is just the piercing one, right? So I'm just going to select that one just for ease. That way I can just search it up. And I can grab this. And let's scroll down here to our... Alright, and I'm going to make a copy of this damage type. Okay. Now we're getting into a little more complex things. So I'm going to rename this underscore Webster. There we go. Right. So, yeah. But yeah, you can see here, like, we can change values here, right? We can change the color of things. I'm not actually going to do that right now. But that's things that you can tweak, right? And for what we're going to tweak right now is the damage type. This is not the amount of damage that it does, but this is like the effects that happen when you get hit by this projectile, right? And if it's one of the easier things to change, is through damage type, right? So we're gonna plug in our new damage type here. I believe it's right here, Globster. Yep. We're going to compile. And we're going to save. And yeah, we're going to start tweaking things a little bit more here, right? So let's say, think of a good example of this. I guess think of like the monkey, like the poop throw that it does, right? You know how it like slows you down, and it like covers your screen, and things like that, right? Or the torpor, like if you get shot with like a tranq dart and the amount of torpor that it does, right? This is still stuff that is done via the damage type, right? And for our purposes, what I want is I want this projectile to add a buff. I want this to add a buff, okay? By the way, to do that, just search up buff. And right here, buff to give victim player, right? And you can slot in that, right? I'm going to make a custom buff that is going to be applied to this. This buff is not going to do anything. Well, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, just a very basic buff. Buffs are your friend. Now that we're kind of transitioning into some more complexities, buffs are your friend. There are so many buffs that you don't know are active at any time while you're writing things. There are so many buffs that do like one thing, and there's chains of buffs and things like that. Everything is done through the buff, I swear. So what we're going to do to create a new buff, we're going to right click. We're going to create a blueprint class. And we're going to search up buff, right? Let's scroll down here. And what we want is primal buff. Yep, right here. Primal buff. This is a very, very basic buff, right? And let's call this bone shot buff. I don't know. I'll think of a name for it. Let's go ahead and open this up. Now, there are a lot of things you can set up with a buff, right? You can see sound to play, particle system, if you want particles to appear, right? While this buff is active, you know. There are lots of different, very simple buffs. For ours, yeah, we're not going to worry too much about that. The main thing is there are values to add per second, right? Yeah, or yeah, modifiers and things like that, right? There are ways that you can tweak things with buffs, right? I believe it's max status, max values. Modify. No, hold on. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, here, right? Like, if you want, example of this is like, let's say, let's say that I want it to, like, let's say I wanted to tweak something, right? Then I would do that here. Let me actually pull up, I'll show an example, because again, I'm not going to do this, so let me pull up an example of this. I'll go back to my Majunga really quick. The Majunga, when it's in its tracking mode, you can see, look, I'll run it right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buffs. Why would have the corrupted? 1, 2, 3, 4 more buffs. There are so many buffs that are active all the time, and they're so annoying. Let's grab the tracking. I believe it's, and it might be called is tracking. Again, I get these mixed up because I don't actually remember what they all do. I believe it's is tracking. Okay, yes, this is not the one. It's is tracking. Sorry. Christ. Sorry. Yeah, you can see, right? Deactivate, right, but you can see here. Yeah, that's what it's called. Stat scalars. That's what I was thinking of. Stat scalars, right? So if you want a buff that, let's say, while this buff is active, it does 2 times damage, right? You'll want to enable the percent, right? So that way it's increased. But yeah, you can see here, while this buff is active, the speed multiplier is 1.25, and the melee damage multiplier is 0.5, right? So what that means is it does half damage and it moves faster while this buff is active, right? Same concept. That's something really easy you can do with a buff, right? There are a lot of values here that you can tweak with buffs that are just really easy to do. Yeah, I'm not going to do any of those right now. I will pull up a description real quick. Icon? Let's see if we can find an icon. Hey, blood? See if there's like a blood icon. Looks pretty cool. There's like a blood drops icon, I think. Well, it's gone. This one looks pretty cool. Let's use this one. Right? Yeah, whatever. We'll use it for now. Modifier name. Let's call it like. I don't know. Fractured. And then you would add your description. Modifier color, right? Most by default it's set to white. Again, you can set it to green or red, like if it's a positive buff or a negative buff. You can also just pull up like another buff, like a. Let's go back to. Sorry, game. Find rabies. Here we go. Buff rabies, right? Let's open this up, just so I can do this, just to show you, because yeah, if you want to truly keep it consistent, scary. If you want to just keep it consistent, yeah, you can switch up. Oh yeah, let's use that icon. That's a much cooler icon. Right? Let's slap that in. And what we want is, let's switch up here, right? You can see it's set to white, or yeah, if you want it to be set to like, I don't know, red or something, you can do it there as well, right? I'm not gonna worry about that. HUD message, don't worry about that, right? But you can see there's a bunch of different values you can set with a buff. For mine, yeah, we're just gonna keep it like this. The only other thing you need to worry about is the deactivate. Deactivate after time. If this is set to 0, the buff is permanent. It will never deactivate, right? This is handy for buffs that you manually activate and deactivate. Right? So, I guess, again, going back to the Majunga, the tracking mode is manually toggled. Oh, here we go. There's a bunch of icons here. Okay. But yeah, with the Majunga, the tracking is manually toggled. So, this deactivate after time is set to 0. That way it doesn't randomly deactivate. It deactivates when I want it to, right? For this one, we're not going to do that. Let's just have a buff that lasts 30 seconds, right? And let's grab a particle system. Let's grab, you know what? Maybe I'll find a different icon too, but whatever. Oh, here we go. There, it is like actual bones. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's find like an actual one. It's called Flower. Here, Buff Rage Rare Flower. Right. This is an easy one. This is a really easy buff to understand. Outside of a little bit of that. But if we go to the viewport, and, we grab the particles, right? Like, you know how the rare flowers, don't worry about my, the cubes. This is the thing with the dev kit. I don't know why it does it. It's really freaking annoying. I hate it so much. But yeah, the dev kit sometimes particles will break. They don't look like this in game. Don't worry. But we'll grab this. So it's P Pachyrhino Rage, right? So we'll go over here just so it's visible. I probably won't actually keep this, right? But let's grab that, right? Yeah, you can see now that we have like a visible thing for when this buff is active, just to show you. So, now that we have this buff plugged in, we'll go back to our damage type. Our buff to give victim player. Again, it's like Russian dolls, right? You plug one thing into one thing, and then you plug that thing into another thing, and it's all, everything is connected to everything. So we're going to take our damage type, and we're going to plug in our buff that we just made, our bone shot debuff, right? So now, when this damage type hits the victim, they will get this bone shot debuff, right? And now, when we go to our projectile, and we plug in our damage type, now this projectile, when it hits, will apply that damage type. And if we go back to our character BP all the way to the start, we plug in our projectile class, we plug in that damage type that we made, and then now everything all works together. Again, it's like Russian dolls. It's nesting dolls. It's super annoying. I do need to actually plug in the bone shard projectile. I can't forget that. I hope I didn't tweak the wrong one. Oh gosh, I'm getting concerned now. Okay, cool. I just haven't plugged it in yet. Right, there we go. Projectile bone shard. Right. And now let's save. Let's X out of some of these things that we don't need anymore. Right. We don't need the xenomorph anymore. We don't need the animation anymore. Yeah, it gets kind of convoluted eventually. Right. Let's X out of that. Is trapping. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. I'll keep this one open just in case I want to add some more things to the buff, right? But functionally, we have a useless buff right now, essentially is what we have. We have a buff that does nothing except it spawns a projectile, or except it spawns a little cloud of squares that are not actually squares, but that look like squares right now. And it lasts for 30 seconds, right? So let's see how this is. Oh my god, we missed. How embarrassing. We have to wait 10 seconds now. Ugh. The nerve. Can you believe this para? Oh my god. Dog, I am having a skill issue right now. I can't believe this. I just spawned a bunch of paras. There we go. And look at that. You can see our buff is active because we have our little squares there that are spawning, right? Lovely. Right? So now we have a attack that shoots a projectile that applies a debuff, right? And again, we can substitute this. Like this damage type, if we wanted our bite, let's say, to apply a debuff, we could just make a copy of this damage type, right? And change that. We could change that because right now it's set to the corpse regen one, right? The Argent one. That does this. But, you know, you can see, look, right? Look at that. Buff class for causer on damage corpse, right? You can see that it applies a buff, right? There are things that this buff does, right? Or that this damage type does. It applies a buff, right? That's all done through a buff. The actual damage type itself is not healing you. It applies this buff that then does the healing for you. Okay? And that's how damage types work, right? You just make a copy of that, and then, yeah, the easiest way to do it is just to go in here, search up buff to give victim, player, character, or whatever, and do that, right? Super, super simple. Okay? Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it for the damage type. So we have now this buff that has been applied, right? And maybe, you know what, let's say that maybe it slows them down a little bit, because our guy is kind of slow. So maybe I do want to do that. Let's add stats. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one. There we go. Max stat scalars. Let's say maybe while this is active, speed multiplier is set to 0.75, right? They're moving a little bit slower, and they have this active, right? For, yeah, 30 seconds, right? 30 seconds slow. Let's set it to 0.8. That's a pretty strong debuff, actually. Okay. There we go. So it's not a super big slow, but it lasts for 30 seconds, which is a pretty big deal. right? So we have this debuff. And that's that, right? You can see now we have a functional debuff that slows down a creature, right? Lasts for 30 seconds, is applied through an attack. We created our own damage type. We made a Dino attack state. We did all this. Yeah, I think that's pretty. I don't know. I think that's pretty straightforward. Again, it is just Russian nesting dolls, right? Like, it's one thing that you use to plug in another thing that is used to plug in another thing that is used to plug in another thing. Like, these things, it's the same with almost any kind of graphing as well, any kind of really complex graphing, where it's just one thing references another thing, which references another thing. And yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. It's been an hour and a half. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break. And we're going to move on, and we're going to get into some actual graphing now. Yeah, but I need to go get some water right now. Yeah, I need to go get some water. But yeah, I will be right back. Hold up. Get my intermission. Is it this one? Nope. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. Let's go. Yeah, so we went over a lot in the first little bit here. I don't know if anyone has any questions about what we just went over. Anything with, yeah, anything with that stuff we just went over with the damage type, right? With the buff. Yeah, buffs can do a lot of things. There are some really complex buffs. There are some really simple buffs, right? Generally speaking, yeah, buffs can do a lot, and they're very, very handy. Where would we be without buffs? Yeah, they're probably the biggest thing that you can kind of rely on, because yeah, you can just do so much, right? Like, you can tweak the stat scalars, right? You can tweak so much stuff with them, right? Yeah. Or again, the nice thing about a buff is that it's something that you can apply, that you can then reference, right? And I'll show that in a little bit when we get into some graphing stuff, right? But yeah, like graphs buffs, excuse me, are probably some of the easiest things you can do. You can also just apply buffs to so many things, right? Yeah, like there are things that like buffs can just be applied by default to stuff, right? Let's go to my I actually don't remember if I still have it or not, or if I changed it, if I had it just built in. But the corrupted Majunga, or the blighted Majunga, excuse me, it has like a 4 times damage boost against corrupted creatures. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of graphs. Yeah, okay, that's just done through here. Never mind. Don't worry about that. But yeah, there are buffs that you can just apply by default that a creature has, right? There are ways you can do that. There are so many things you can do with buffs. Buffs are just really versatile, because yeah, you can reference a buff in like any graph. Okay. And now I think, yeah, we're gonna move into actually talking about graphing a little bit. I will say, yeah, graphing is... I was trying to think again, and I spoke about this a little bit at the start of the stream too. I was trying to think about how to talk about graphing, because it is difficult to explain, and I think a lot of people will be very disappointed in how I explain it. Just because, like, I can't teach what like every single function. I can't teach every single function. Really, think of it like learning a language, right? I can explain to you what certain parts of speech do, right? I can explain to you what an adjective is. I can explain to you what a verb is. I can explain to you what a noun is. I can tell you how those things fit together, right? I can explain that, you know, an adjective goes before a noun. You need a noun and a verb for a sentence, right? You need all these things. There are rules to a language. And I can show you some sample sentences, right? But I can't tell you every single hypothetical sentence that has ever been said and ever will be said. That is just impossible to do, right? Just like I can't teach you every single hypothetical graph or function that you're ever going to encounter. That is just impossible. What I can do is I'm going to show some kind of sample ones of things that are common and can easily be adjusted. So that way you guys can take those and use them as you see fit. Yeah, so I think that's mainly what I'm going to do. There are 2 main things. I will say one more thing that you can do. If there is a specific function that you want to use, you can always just copy it over from another creature. There's no shame in doing that. I do encourage you, though, yes, if you are going to copy things, to actually like look at the graph and understand what is happening with it, and don't just like blindly copy things, because yeah, things can get kind of confusing, and you do need at a certain point, you need a certain level of like intuition. You need to actually be able to kind of understand what you're doing. Yeah. So I'll get into it. I'll start out with a really, really simple one, right? Toggling something on a button press. So, like I said, we have our attack infos, right? We have left click and right click are already taken, right? So we can't use left click or right click. If we add more things, then we won't be able to, right? They won't work. in order to, if let's say we want something bound to C, something bound to control, something bound to spacebar, right? That is stuff that is done through graphing. Okay. And for ours, I think a really easy one to do, right, is going to be our turn in place, right? So if you remember, we had our turn in place. Something that we see with a lot of modded creatures is toggleable turn in place. That's something that's really, really easy to set up, right? So right click, right click, by the way, while you're on this center part here, just tapping right click. If you hold it, it'll drag you around. Just tapping it, it'll bring this up, right? We're just going to worry about the event graph right now. The event graph is it's where a lot of action happens. Yeah, it's where things need to be triggered generally. It's where, like, if you have an input or something like that, or like as soon as something spawns in, that's called event begin play, right? That triggers as soon as something spawn in. They're typically called event functions, right? Event tick, you know, things like that. These are all things that are done in the event graph, right? We're not even going to worry about going into... every single creature, by the way, has... Yeah, like this creature has no graphing. Every single creature has an event graph. It has to be imported as a construction script. Don't worry about the construction script. The viewport and the event graph, these are things that every single creature has, and it's for very simple things and things that happen like on runtime, essentially, right? A button press is something that happens on runtime, so we're going to use that, right? And that's done through input actions, right? So we're going to search up input action. Is it one word? Okay. Let's go ahead. Turn off context sensitive. Right. Oh no. Okay, let's turn it back on. Search up like jump, right? There we go. Input action events. So you don't actually need to search up input action. Okay. You can just search up like jump or like spacebar, because what we're going to do is we're going to set it on spacebar, right? Keyboard events. It's done through input, right? That's all done through inputs. Okay. You can also find it in here if you want to like scroll down. This is also, you may need it because there are like gamepads that are done through here, but yeah, let's find input. Right, input action, that's, yeah. Here, you can see gamepad, right, etc., etc. You know, there's jump is here somewhere, right? Things like that. Again, it can be a little scary, but just for the purposes of ours, let's just do jump, because jump is set to spacebar, right? And it'll be red. All of your functions, in the event graph will be red. All of like your main ones. So if I grab, let's say, event begin play, right? Or even if I wanted to make like a custom event, right? That's red, right? That's exclusive to the event graph. Again, in other functions, they'll be purple. But here they're red. We don't need event begin play. We can get that out of here, right? Now input action jump, yes, that'll work on keyboard. There are some issues with controllers, I find sometimes. So we'll just go ahead and grab the controller one as well. The controller equivalent to jump, which I think it's the button, the bottom one. So like face button, right? I think that's the bottom one is the jump. The jump button. I don't know. Both of these do the same thing, right? So all this is saying is when one of these is pressed. When jump is pressed, whatever that is bound to. When the face button, when the gamepad button is pressed, right? That is all these are saying, is that one of these is pressed, right? Now, the most very basic thing that you can do in a graph is a branch. This is super, super simple, right? These, by the way, you can just drag off of these. Again, you think of it like sentence structure, right? We're just building off of that, right? A branch, all a branch does is it says, all a branch does is, it's like, again, it's a true false thing with a condition. So for this instance, right, we are taking, when this is pressed, right, if X is going on, then it'll do this. If X is not going on, it'll do something different. That's very, very, very basic, very basic graphing, right? If this is true, then this will happen. If this is false, then this will happen. And the condition is what this, quote unquote, is, right? So, for ours, let's do swimming, right? Right? Because spacebar while you're in the water, actually like raises and lowers you. So we don't want this to activate. And plus, you're not going to be turning in place in the water anyways, right? So while this guy is swimming, right? Let's do that. This is very, very straightforward, right? And I did primal character something. Yeah, it's, we searched up swimming. Yeah, character movement is what we want. Character movement, because this is our character BP, so our character movement, right? The target itself, you can get a reference, you can pull off of this and get a reference itself, but it should be fine. And let's just grab a knot. Because we want our character to not be swimming, right? We want this to only work while our character is not swimming. That's just, you can just search up. Oops, sorry. Dragging off is not working. Yeah, right. So you want them to not be swimming. Yeah. Let's just compile this real quick. So now we have if jump or if face button is pressed and the character is not swimming, then what happens, right? That's true. We'll go ahead and grab all of these different check marks here, right? All of these different things here, we can actually reference, right? So if you remember all the way back, our jumbled run out of a name that was for the turn in place, which was require acceleration for use controller desired movement, right? Or rotation, excuse me. God, it's so long, right? This, right? So we're going to pull off, and we're just going to search that up, right? We're going to search up require movement for, or excuse me, require acceleration, sorry. Here we go. And by the way, yes, context sensitive. Oh boy, how do I explain context sensitive? Context sensitive is sometimes when you're pulling things off, there are certain things that you should be able to connect things to. And with context sensitive, just for ease, it'll only show you those ones. With context sensitive disabled, it'll show you everything. There's a very, very simple explanation of what that does. Generally speaking, you don't need to disable context sensitive. However, in this instance, we do. But we're just going to go ahead and grab this, right? So let's pull this out a little bit because we want to set this, right? Okay. If I compile this real quick, you can see we get an error here. And that's because you can see our target, our self here that we had here doesn't work, right? What we need, if we just pull off, let's turn back on context sensitive. What we want is, you can see it's movement here, primal character movement object reference, right? Again, going back to our primal character movement. If we just search up movement, primal movement, right? I'll just put that here because we're going to use that several times. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Actually, let's move this forward a little bit. Right. Now, this isn't really going to work. And it's because we have no way to toggle this, right? So we have our require acceleration for control desired movement, and we can enable that, right? So when we press this and this is true, it'll set that, right? It'll set that to true. However, once this is set to true, we can't, like, reset it, right? So what we want, we actually want another, we're going to add another branch here, and this is going to get kind of annoying, a little weird. But what we're going to do is we're going to just copy this. Right, we're going to plug this in here. Right. And again, we're going to plug in our primal movement. Yeah, I'll just move it down here, whatever. And for this branch, essentially what we're trying to do is we're just gonna, it's very weird, I know, but we're just gonna plug this in, right? So what is this graph essentially saying, right? So when we press the spacebar, we press jump, or we press this button, and we're not swimming, then we're going to check if require acceleration is enabled, right? If it is enabled, then it will be disabled. If it is disabled, because we unchecked it, then it will be enabled, right? That is all that is saying. It's kind of confusing the way that it's laid out a little bit, but essentially that's what this is saying. This is saying that, yeah, if we press the spacebar and this is enabled, right? Because this is the condition. This is true, therefore it will set this. And then if we press it again, because we set it to this, the condition will be false, and so it'll set it to true. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of weird to explain, again, just also because of just the way that it's set up like this. You can also just, if you don't want to do this set, you can also just grab and do require and do it that way. But I think it's easier to do it this way, right? Okay. So that is very, very, very simple. And probably we probably don't want it on by default. So we'll search up require acceleration. We don't want it to turn in place by default, right? We want it to be disabled by default, just so we can prove that this works, right? And again, we're not swimming. I don't know. I think this is really simple to me, at least. But yes, if we spawn in, we spawn in our lobster. You can see because we enabled it, right? And again, just a reminder, require acceleration being enabled means that we need to move, right? So it's not, even though the check mark is on, it can't turn in place, right? You can see it's not working, but if we press spacebar, look at that, now it is. And if I press it again, now it's not. Magical. All of that, like there's like 6 notes there. It's super, super straightforward. I hope. Okay, there's more than 6, there's 8, I guess. Right, so that's very simple, right? Just toggling, turn in place, right? Another thing you can do with this, another, like, I guess easier way you can do this, if you want to think of it differently, you could do, let's do crouch, I think. Right, input action crouch. We have our attack infos, right? If you recall, we have our attack infos. If we had another attack info that we wanted to be bound to control for whatever reason, right? Then what we could do is we could just pull off, right? Attack. I think it's called server request attack. There we go. Right. On press, and then you can see here we have our little attack index. And we would set that. Let's just set it to 1, right? Just for the purposes of this. Even though that attack is already triggered on a different button, right? Literally 2 nodes, right? And that's it. And if we just spawn in real quick. Spawn in our guy. And now, I press control. Oops, it won't work because... let me make a new attack info. Let's just copy this over. Right. Yeah, let's go. First attack. Attack index 2, right? Right. Actually, I know why. It's because I pressed the wrong freaking button. But you can see, look. Now I'm pressing C. It's doing an attack, right? Because technically, if I didn't have that there... By the way, if you ever have these and you want to disconnect them, if you hover over this little white line, you press Alt and then left click, it'll disconnect them. That's very handy. But yeah, if I just... have it like this, right? Oh, cool. It works. Okay, nice. But for further ones, for like control, for like spacebar, again, things like that, you need to actually toggle them, right? Yeah. So that's another thing you can use with just, again, very simply, when this button is pressed, do this, right? And this is a really easy one. Again, it's only 8. It's only 8 notes. That's it, right? I think it's really simple, right? It might seem kind of complex, but like if you don't just look at the way the nodes are connected and you think about like logically how they're connected, right? With like this one especially, how this is the condition, that tells you kind of, I think, more about how this works, right? Okay. Let's do another. And by the way, all right. Yeah. Okay. I guess no. Never mind. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. I hope so. I hope that kind of explained that in a way that sort of made sense. I don't know. But yeah, just generally stuff in the event graph, right? Stuff that's done. That's in order for something to be triggered on runtime, it needs to be done through the event graph. So even if you have other functions, those functions will oftentimes be referenced to the event graph, or through this, if you search up BP and you enable it here somewhere, right? Let's show another example, another simple-ish example, right? We're going to go away from the event graph. Scary, I know. We're going to go over here. So there are 2 different options here. There is function and there is override. Function is for making a new function. We are just gonna delete that. Oops. We are just going to delete that function because we're not going to really worry about that. Okay. I don't want to say rarely because you do actually do it quite a bit, but there are a lot of pre-existing functions that you can use. Typically, if you're making something, you can find your function here. This is what I'm talking about when I say I am not going to explain what every single one of these does. they're kind of self-explanatory as to what they do. Let me show a problem I'm having with my Globster, and I'll show you how we can answer it. Right? This is a thing that I know the Evo dinos do this quite a bit, and some vanilla dinos do it too. Let me show. See, with this run animation, my dino, his head is hanging way down, and when I bite, my jaw kind of clips into the ground, and I don't like the way that looks. I want to use a different animation while my creature is running, right? And I already have the attack imported. It's this headbutt animation. Right. I'm gonna grab it. So yeah, I have this headbutt, right? I want this, let me X out some of these that we don't need anymore, right? I want that attack animation to play when my dino is running, right? I want it to substitute, basically, with this bite attack, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a new attack info, right? I actually already did this. Wow, very convenient that I did that. Okay, cool. So we're going to substitute, right? You can see we're here on index 2. And let's change this to bite. Bite while running. Or we'll just name it headbutt. You know, yeah, let's just name it headbutt. Fuck it. And we're going to plug in our headbutt montage. Now, I want it to function exactly the same, right? So we'll just keep it like that. All of these damage and things like that, right? How am I going to swap these? How am I going to swap these? Well, there is a function for that, because there's a function for almost everything. It's called adjust attack index, because these are attack infos or attack index, and we are adjusting them. Shocker. Shocker, yes. So, yeah. What we want is we want a branch. Again, because just like how we said with the turn in place, how we wanted it to be we wanted it to not be when he's swimming, right? What we're going to do is we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do is running, right? Okay. So now we have this. And we need some way to set that value. Now you set values like that through variables, okay? So right here, this integer, right, that we're setting here, we are going to drag off of this or just right click it. We're going to promote to a variable. I'm going to do a local variable because we're only using it at this function. Technically, you don't need to do that. We're just going to disconnect this real quick because we want it after this, right? And we want to change the name of this. Let's call this our attack index. Or let's just call it like index, right? We're going to plug this in, right? So we're going to disconnect this, right? But all we did there is we took this attack index and we made it into a variable, right? Or yeah, you can see here, let me drag off again, right? Promote to variable, promote to local variable. Local variables are variables that are only in the specific function you're working with. Variables, just general variables, are ones that can be edited broadly. Typically, you want to be using just normal variables, but yeah, it doesn't really matter either way. If you're only using a variable in a specific function, you can use a local variable, right? Now, our index that we want to set it to. So again, we are trying to adjust the attack index. The condition is that this creature is running, right? So if this creature is running, we want to set the attack index to 2. I believe that's the index that we had, right? Attack info. Yes, attack index 2 is headbutt. If it's false, we want to set, and you can either drag it here, we can search up index, although that's a pretty generic name, right? So instead what we can do is we can go over here to the side where our variable is, and we can drag it in here, and we can get a set, because set, the difference between a set and a get, by the way, a get is, you can see there's no white line, so it's not referenced there. This is just like you would just get what it is. If you want to actually change the value, you need to set it. If you're just trying to reference it, and again, this is more useful with variables than, or more useful with variables in different functions. Again, going back to that kind of Russian nesting doll thing, let's say that we set this index here, so we set this to do, and then we have an entirely different function over here, and we need to get whatever, right? We need to get if that index is triggering, right? For whatever reason, I don't know why we would need that, but that's what gets are for. Sets are for actually setting it, right? Now, technically, there is one more thing, right? Because our dino has multiple attack infos, right? I mean, outside of our 2 that we're creating, right? We also have our bone shot. We don't want it to use the headbutt instead of the bone shot. So we want to add another condition to this branch. So this is something you can do. You can just do, instead of creating a second branch like we did in the event graph, what we can do is you can go to this condition here. You can do an and. So what this is saying is if it's running and if this attack index is equal to attack index 0, I believe is our byte. So we'll grab this and we'll just search up equal, right? Because we're checking basically, is the attack index that's being used, is it equal to the attack index we want, which is 0, right? So we're going to plug that in here. And now we have our conditions, essentially, for this function to run, right? In order for this to run, the creature needs to be running, and it needs to be, using attack index 0. If that's false, then nothing happens, right? For example, this would, like, if we're using our bone shot attack, it is not using index 0, right? Even if it's running or not running, it's not using index 0. Therefore, it will just use whatever index it is. In order to adjust it, it needs to be both running and it needs to be using attack index 0, right? And with both of those set, what we'll do is we'll go to the return value. We'll go to our local, and this time, with our return value, we'll get a get, right? Because we've just set the index to 2. So now, when this function ends with the return node, which is the end of the function, we want this index, whatever it is set to, we don't want to actually plug this directly in case it's done here, right? So instead, we do this, right? We set we get the index instead of setting it to something different. Okay? And the last thing we need to do is we need to make sure that BP adjust attack index is enabled, right? Just like what we did with the running speed modifier one, right? Where we had the scale extra running, right? Just like with this, if you remember, right? In order for this to work, we needed to have this check marked, right? Again, it's just kind of building off of things, right? So just like how these values needed to have this check mark enabled in order for them to run, we need to enable this function. So we're going to search up BP adjust attack index, and we're going to enable it, right? And I just did. So now we'll compile, and we'll save, And now, if I play, hopefully, I spawn in my guy, and I bite. You can see I'm biting, I'm biting, I'm biting. It's not using the headbutt, but if I start running, it's using the headbutt. Oh my god, that's so cool. Look, it's working. Right. Look at that. Oh, so cool. Don't worry about that bite button. I was pressing the other button. But you can see with left click, right, we do this. Awesome. And now when we stop running, now it's doing this, right? Press spacebar. We have our toggleable turn in place. Press spacebar again. We have our toggleable turn in place. This is so epic. Truly epic. And if I right click, that's not good. Why is our index 1 not working? This vexes me. How strange, actually. That is really odd. BP adjust. Let me just disable this real quick and see. Oh, that is so weird. How odd. But if I have it enabled, what is that? How perplexing. How perplexing. Well, okay. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now, just because this is demonstration. That is so weird, though. Alright, well, whatever. I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. Because I don't really have time for it. We'll keep it disabled for now. But yeah, you can see, like, that is a way to, again, going back to it, the way that most functions work, right? You have a branch, right? And again, there are other things you can do. Like, there are sequences, right? That gives, like, an order of things, right? So this happens, then this happens, right? Then this happens, and you can add as many as you want. Or a branch, which is just a true, false, like a condition thing. You'll typically be using branches a lot. And sequences as well, but yeah. But again, it's really, really simple, right? This is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 9, right? This is one more than we had for this, right? All it is yeah, it's a branch. It's checking if this and this. If it's running and the attack index is 0, then it'll set the attack index. Oh, maybe. Let's set that to 0. But yeah, it'll set this, right? And it'll set it to that, right? So we're checking is running and it's using attack index 0. If that's true, then it'll switch to attack index 2, right? If that's false, then it'll set the attack index to whatever attack index it was using before. Okay? I think that's a pretty simple if this or that, right? That's typically this is a very simple functions like this, right? I still don't understand why that's really weird, but it's not. I wonder if it is the default value. Maybe. It could be. Let's try. actually curious now. I'm actually curious now why that wouldn't work, because I've used that many times and it works fine. Yeah, what in the world? Whatever. The core part of it works, I guess. I don't know. I'm not gonna fuss with it any. Alright. So that's two kind of simple functions, right? Let's think. Is there another thing that we want? Oh, I know what we wanted to do. That's right. So I guess one other thing I can show is copying things over, right? Because sometimes you may want to copy things over, right? A really easy function I find to copy over is... I mean, this is a decent example of one, I guess, right? And I can show you how to modify it, because we're not just going to directly copy it one-to-one. You can if you want to, right? But one thing that we can do is, let's do Megatherium. Megatherium has one of the easiest to understand functions in its damage multiplier to insects, right? Again, that's right. What we're going to do, we're just going to grab all this, right? We're just going to Control-C, right? And then all this stuff. Oh, gosh. It seems so annoying, right? But realistically, it's not that much, right? So, what we'll do is we'll get the function name, blueprint adjust output damage, right? I guess I will mention, yes, blueprint adjust damage, and it is blueprint adjust output damage, is to adjust your damage that you deal. Blueprint adjust damage is to adjust damage that is dealt to you, right? So blueprint adjust damage, one of the creatures that uses that function is Kentro. When it does the recoil damage, that is done through blueprint adjust damage. However, for adjusting output damage, it's not blueprint adjust damage. For adjusting the damage that you deal, it's blueprint adjust output damage. It's kind of confusing. Yeah. Right, we're going to paste this in, and we're going to see some things, right? We're just going to do nothing with that, because we don't have that function, right? We're going to paste that. We're going to drag this over, right? And you can see, I mean, technically, I guess we can just disconnect. Right? Now, when copying over functions like this, or stuff, I am just going to delete this, because we're not going to use this function, right? We'll do a different thing, right? I'm going to compile, and we're going to see a lot of errors, okay? Oh. Oh, shit. Why? Why did we not see a bunch of errors? Oh, I know why. Because I didn't connect it. Oops, that's why. Yes, you would have this connected. Yes, sorry. Now when I compile... Oh, look at all these errors. And that's because these are variables, right? These are variables. These are not like pre-existing things like the set require acceleration things, or like the get primal movement. These are custom variables like our index that we made here, right? These are custom variables that are made. And so we need to make those. So what we're going to do, we're going to right click. Now Megatherium uses, again, it uses local variables. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and use those two, I think. You might as well. So we'll just right click these and we will create local variable, right? Find the same thing to the damage type, create local variable, and the final impulse as well, create local variable. Right? Now I'm going to be real with you. Oh, also, I'm sorry. The cast, yeah. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I don't really care about impulse or damage type. Right? I don't think we're going to be changing that at all. So, honestly, what I might do is I might just delete these and delete these. honestly. I don't really think that I'm going to be using that at all. So we're just going to delete these. Let's just pull this up real quick. Get our final damage amount. Oh, and we need this. I'm sorry. And this is also... Oh, this is not. Oh, interesting. Oh, probably because it's used separately, right? So we'll just make this a normal variable. Right. We're going to compile. It's still going to give us an error, but it's all right. Right. We're going to delete this because we don't really need that. Okay. Didn't give us an error because this is not connected. Let's just bring all this closer. So we're not really going to be... We don't need all that space, do we? I hope not. Okay. So we're going to plug this true in. Now, first off, you can see, yes, with this blueprint adjust damage, you can see there is the original damage amount, right? We are going to plug that in, right? And again, if we just compare back here, you can see, like, yeah, that's where we plug that in, right? Why are we plugging that in? Well, this is the base damage, right? So what this sequence here is doing is it is checking when we bite something, right? We're setting this here before this sequence because it is doing number one, when we bite something, is all this stuff true, right? For Megatherium, right, we had all this, is it an insect, right? We had, is it an insect, right? And if that's true, then it goes through all of this stuff and it changes the value of that, right? However, if it's false, nothing happens, and then we go back to the sequence and we move on to the then one, right? So the reason we set this here is that way, if it's not an insect, we don't deal 0 damage. We're just dealing the base damage, which is why this final amount is plugged in here. Okay? So we're going to compile. We're going to get an error, and that's because we have this cast too. Now, casts are handy things to have a lot of the time. With a cast to, essentially what you're doing is, yeah, you're casting to a different class. You're casting to a different blueprint, right? So this, the reason why it's casting to Primal Dino character is because it's checking every single Primal Dino character to see if they are an insect, right? Every single Primal Dino character, if it potentially can be an insect, right? For ours, we might even go even further than that. We might go cast to primal character, right? We might even go to cast to primal character. Now, again, the reason why it gave the error is because this object node is, or this little object node here is grayed out. We don't want that. We want to plug that in. And so we have over here our hit actor, because we are checking if our hit actor, again, going back to the Megatherium example, if our hit actor is an insect, right? So we need to, with our cast, if you're ever using a cast, you need to have that object reference plugged into something, right? And you can cast to anything, right? You can truly cast to anything. You can, like, let me grab Wolosrops, because in Wolosrops, I don't remember which one it's in. I believe it's this one. I might be wrong though. Ah, yeah, you see, so this buff that we're applying here, right? This is a buff. Again, this is buff adjust damage. I gotta go back to the Kentro thing, because with Wolosrops, what it does is when something bites you with the Wolosrops, it recoils. And you can see it's casting to the damage type to make sure that it's melee damage. You don't even need to cast to a freaking character or anything like that. You can cast to a damage type to check if it's melee damage, right? Cast to a primal character, right, to see, cast to the primal character and then, get the drag weight, right? You could do all of this stuff and see like, you know, you can see it doesn't need to be primal character or primal dino character. You can cast to a bunch of different things, right? Yeah, save that. I'm going to X out. Now, going back to the Globster, yes. Let's look over here, right? We actually don't really need that first branch because we don't care about the attack infos, right? So we can go ahead and just delete this branch and just do the cast. And what we want is for our Globster, let's say, and this branch can be whatever you want. For my corrupted Majunga, what I did there is I node is corrupted, right? Or I'm sorry, you don't want to drag off of the condition. You want to drag off of this, the primal character, right? So let's get is corrupted. Turn off context sensitivity. Oops. That may just be... Oh, I'm sorry. This because it's primal character, not primal dino character, right? So let's grab... character. All right, and then here... we get, you know... moment. Let's turn on context sensitive again. And you can see, yeah, we can get... is this dino corrupted? If yes... then we plug this in. You can see our amount here is being multiplied by this, our damage multiplier. Right now it's set to 0, so we would be doing 0 damage to anything that is corrupted, right? But let's go ahead and let's tweak that. Again, we're getting this error because I didn't plug in the object again. It's grayed out. You always, when you're doing a cast, need to connect the object. You need to make sure it's referenced correctly, right? And typically it would be referenced here. If you're using buffs, what you would do is there's actually called get instigator, right? That's another one that you would use. That's a common one, especially in buffs. We're not using a buff, so we don't need to worry about that. But yeah, the instigator is what the buff is being applied to. Yes. I'm doubting myself now. But yeah, let's set this to like 2.0, right? So now it is going to, again, let's go back to our conditions, right? And let's see. Let's just run through this again. Like walk through it one step at a time so you really understand what this graph is saying. Right? Let's just move this because that looks ugly. Right? So we're setting the amount here, right? Again, just a reminder, we're setting it before the sequence, right? And then with the sequence, first we're going to check, is this creature corrupted? If that's true, we are going to multiply the amount of damage that we set here, which is the original damage amount, by 2. And that is going to be the new amount of damage. And then we're going to go to then 1 and set that damage, right? Or, right, if it's not, right, so, or... if it is not corrupted, then this false goes nowhere. So it'll immediately go to this then 1 on the sequence, and that final amount will be this. Will be this base amount, right? But I don't want it to happen on corrupted creatures. This guy spawns on beaches. He's not going to be fighting corrupted dinos, right? Or he's not going to be fighting insects or anything like that. So what I want to do is, let's go back to what we did earlier. I'm going to check has buff. Right? Use exact match. I guess, yeah, sure. And we're going to grab our bone shot debuff, right? And we're going to plug that in. So what is this saying? So now, what this is saying is, blueprint adjust damage, right? We're setting the damage. It's going to check, does this primal dino character have the bone shot debuff applied to it? This useless debuff that we made, right? If it does... then our creature will do 2 times damage to it, right? If not, then it will come out as false, and it'll just do the normal damage amount, right? Does that make sense? I hope so. And you can see that, and I'll go ahead and pull this up real quick, because this is very similar to the Corrupted Mechunga. Something very similar to it. With him, right? With his damage multiplier that he has to corrupted creatures, right? Let's go about just big damage. And yeah. I guess one thing we may actually want to do is... yeah, okay, maybe we do actually want to do that. No, alright, whatever. We're not going to worry too much about that, honestly. With our, like, out damage type and things like that. You can. We're not tweaking it, though, so... all we are going to do is... fuck. Maybe we do want to. Ugh. Disgusting. Okay, fine. We'll do it. Hold on. We'll do it real quick. Right. So we'll go ahead and right-click here. Hold on. I'm just going to do this real quick. Go in our attack infos. Oops, excuse me. Get. Oops. Pardon. I just want to break that. And again, we're only doing this just to set the return node, because technically right now, I guess, yeah, this technically won't function because these are not set. Because this is not a child class. So, what we want to grab is our type, set, I'll just grab this and set that, right? And we want melee damage impulse. And melee damage type, right? Okay. Yes, there we go. Okay, and now I can close this out. Yeah. Breaking, by the way, yeah. Breaking, all that does is show, like, all the list. Like, the list of every single thing that's attached to that. Is, especially his full and attack infos, yeah. And things of that nature, right? So, yeah, we're just going to set that. Okay. I'm going to plug this one up here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it must have just slipped my mind. And then we're going to get them down here. Because, again, we're setting them up there. And we want to get them down here after we set them, right? And very important, you want to put these before... and again, this is also if you're modifying them, right? So then what you can do after that is, if this is true, then you could swap the damage type, right? To something different. Or you could swap the impulse to something different if you wanted to do increased impulse for whatever reason, right? Yeah. I don't really want that. I don't know. But yeah. And we're going to get that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, now, the Alt P, let's get in game, and let's spawn in like Lobster. We're going to enable damage numbers, which is, I believe it's toggle damage numbers, yes. Toggle damage numbers, right? That's something slow, right? What's something slow? Maybe a Lystro. Right, spawn in a Lystro. Poor Lystro, he's gonna die. Right? Okay. So, let me bite him once. I did 23 damage. That's not a lot. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to hit it though. Okay, hold on. Just for the purposes of demonstration, I am going to... just purposes of demonstration, I am going to set the rider attack interval to 0. However, I will fix it. And this is just because purely a skill issue, right? Okay. Maybe we should do something bigger than a Lystro. I'm trying to think of something big that's still slow. That's not going to kill me. Paras are good, but Paras are faster than me, which is a problem. Okay. Right. Let's toggle our damage numbers again. You got to do it every time. It's gonna be, right. 25. Look, I hit him. I did 4 damage. And now when I bite him, I do 25. Why is that? Can anyone tell me why that is? Something that we did with this blueprint. Something that we did with our speed adjuster. Right? With our scale extra running speed modifier. We did not enable a check mark for our blueprint adjust output damage. And look, this is unique to each attack. So, if I don't want to have it on the bone shot, because realistically it doesn't really make sense, so let's just do it on the bite and the headbutt. Now we have that enabled. Now we can spawn in. Spawn in our guy. Get our Lystro. Toggle our damage numbers. Bite him. Did 24 damage. Missed because I suck. Oh my god, missed again. Oh my god, Lystro, you are skill issuing me so hard. And now if I bite him, look at that, I did double damage now. Oh, yippee, we did it. Great job. And we have our little rapid regen. Again, just a lot of issues with boxes and things not showing up. Just a dev kit thing. Sometimes shit just doesn't want to work. It's annoying. But yeah, now we do double damage, right? And that can go both ways as well, right? So if I want to do reduced damage to creatures, right, we can set that here. Another thing you can do is if you want to set this up in a buff, right? If you want to set this up in a buff, right? Let's do that real quick. Let's do... I'll do it in this debuff, just for examples. By the way, if when this shows up, if you click this open full blueprint editor, it'll just bring up the default with the event graph and things like that, right? Yeah, you can see, right? Oh, lovely. And we can go into here, override, output. You can see BP just output damage, right? Now, one thing I will say that you may want to do is get the parent. Oops, sorry. That's so weird. It doesn't spawn with the parent. Well, anyways, yeah, you can do the same thing here, right, in a buff. And now, whenever that buff is applied, then this happens, right? This is common with, you can do this in a number of different ways, right? It's a really easy thing to do. You can add graphing to buffs. Buffs aren't just the defaults tab over here. There's actual graphing that you can do with buffs, right? I'm not going to do that with this buff, but yeah, you can see that you can do that, and then you can apply that buff, and when that buff is applied, that creature will do increased damage or decreased damage or whatever it may be, right? To a specific type, right? And again, as you saw there with the has buff thing, like this can easily be switched out to, is corrupted, right? Etc. Etc. Right? Another way you can do this, and this is the way that Megatherium does this, and I'll show this real quickly because this is a custom function. What you can do is you can create a new function to check like conditions, right? So let's do that real quick. I'm not actually going to plug it in, but we'll make a new function. We'll call this like is cave creature. I don't know. Sure, I know, right? And we'll go over here, right? And we need inputs and outputs for this, right? Yeah, we do. We need inputs and outputs for this, right? And what are we trying to do here? Well, let's go over here. We need a character here, right? And we need a return value. We need a red here, right? So let's add here. Let's add here. You see, it's already red by default. That's called a Boolean. That's just like a standard thing for return nodes. So we'll just call this return value, right? Yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll just call it return value. And for our parameter over here, right, we'll call this, I don't know, character, right? Because we're checking the character, right? We'll go over here. We don't want it to be a Boolean. Instead, we want to get a reference to or rather, maybe you know what? Let's go check over on Megatheriums. Let's see what Megatheriums is, right? So if you click on here, yeah, Primal Dino character. That's what I thought. Okay, right. And for ours, because I guess, yeah, we'll do Primal Dino character, right? So we'll search up Primal Dino character. And we want an object, right? We want an object reference here, right? So we have this, right? And what we want is we want to check if it's in a list of things. If you want to check things, typically what you want to do is you want to use a for each loop. I'm just going to do this real quick. For each loop, probably with a break. Yeah, we'll do it with a break. And what we're going to do, we're going to right click. I'll make a. I'm gonna do this. You know what? I'm going to make a new variable. Or local. No, we'll make a variable, right? Let's make a variable. Let's call this cave classes, right? Oops. Right. We want classes, right? So let's, oops, one more thing. I'm sorry, I forgot. So weird. There we go. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm doing things quickly and I'm kind of blanking on things. Sorry. Yes. So we have this, but we want it to be an array because we want to plug it in here. An array is basically just like a list of things, like multiple things. It's a very dumbed down explanation of it, but generally, yeah. So what we do is we go over here, we change this, we want this to be an array, right? I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna give it a little time. I'm sorry about my dog. God, she's going crazy. All right, so now we're back. Finally. Oh, it took a while. All right, now let's compile real quick. Right. And because we made an array, now what we do is let's just add a bunch of these. I don't know. I'm not going to add a bunch. I'm just going to do... All right, let's say... Gosh, I'm so sorry about my dog. She's losing her mind over there. So we'll grab our Lystro. I know it's not a cave class, whatever. I don't really care. And yeah, you can plug in as many as you want, right? I don't know. Let's grab like Dillo or something, right? Dillo. Okay. Compile those. We'll save those. Right. Alright, and then what we'll do is all we're going to do is we're just going to say, let's grab this, we're going to get class, right? Well, okay, never mind. Well, let's see, I'm trying to think of what oops, excuse me, sorry. There we go. Right. And again, all we're doing here is this class is child of. All we're doing here is checking if it's like an aberrant Lystro or something like that, right? So we're gonna pull off this. We need to get class. Oh my gosh, wait, there are so freaking many of these get classes. Hold on. Sorry, get class. Oh my god, what in the world is going on with this thing? Good grief, why are you not working? Sorry, I am like... Yeah. I don't know why it's not working, right? Jeez, come on! Really? There we go. Oh my goodness, it's under utilities. Okay, there we go. Right. And all we're doing is, yeah, we're just comparing this, right? I'm sorry, we want to flip these. I'm so sorry. Oops. Because, again, we're comparing this to this, right? And we're going to make a variable here. We're going to make a variable. We'll do a local, I guess. We'll call it like is cave creature. Right. Oops. Okay. Character is right. Okay. All right. And we're just gonna set this right. Oops, I'm sorry. We don't want to plug that in there, obviously. Sorry about that. We want to grab a branch here, right? Plug this in. Right. And we want to have a sequence at the front here. Again, my God, I am so sorry about my dog. She's being very annoying right now. So let's do get, right? I'm going to plug this in here. Again, going back to what we've done time and time again with these return nodes, right? So what is this saying, right? What we're doing is we're checking, is this a cave creature, right? So we are checking on hit, right? This for each loop, right? We have an array of different classes, right? We have our Lystro, we have our Dillo, right? They're not actually cave creatures, whatever, same difference, right? Then we are going to compare, is this a child class of those classes, right? So yeah, we're checking our class versus this, the parent class, and plugging it into a branch for the condition. If that's true, then this character is a cave creature, right? Then we're setting that to true. If we're setting it to false, right? And then if false, then we just go to this then one, and it goes down here, right? We want this to be off by default, I should say. So there we go. Now we save, right? We want this off by default because we don't want everything to be a cave creature, right? And that's literally all this is doing. This is a custom function. Again, we're not using we're not like going in here and overriding, right? We just made this function, right? We made this is cave creature, right? So then what I can do is I can, let me X out of some of these ones that aren't needed. That one, like the Chunga. Just to clear out some of our clutter, right? We go here, and let's add an AND Boolean right here, right? So an AND. Again, we used that before. All this is saying is we're going to check, does this creature have this debuff? And is it a cave creature? Now, one more thing I forgot with our cave creature, and I'll show you real quick. This is one more thing with custom functions, is cave creature. You notice that it's blue, it's not green like this, and it has these. So this will not run unless it is connected here, right? Now, technically, this works fine, right? Right? So then what we would do is we would just pull this over here, pull this up. I really hope that dog isn't like too obnoxious right now. Like, I'm so sorry. She's being very bratty right now. Right, so we can do this, or what we can do instead. Right, well, I'll just do this real quick. Just for the purposes of this, right? Spawn our Globster, right? Spawn our Lystro. Right. 11. Of course, I fucking miss. Oh my god, are you seriously gonna do this shit again? No, fuck off. Come on! Trying to demonstrate things here. Right, we'll toggle our damage phase. It's only doing half damage. Why is that? Why is that? That's a good question. Why is that? Actually, why is that? That's so weird that it's doing that. It definitely shouldn't be. Why is it not doing it? Can anyone tell me? I'll tell you why. It's because of that. Because we didn't plug it in, so it's not actually checking that. Sorry. We didn't plug in our input. Right. So now let's do it again. Let's remember to toggle our damage numbers to start. high level Lystra, right? Okay. Here we go. We hit him. Bite him. Doing 47 damage, right? That's really cool. Now let's cheat summon. What's another? Let's do a Moschops. Right. Moschops was not in our Is Cave Creatures list, right? So give it a moment. When loading in character VP, sometimes it takes a bit of time. So if I hit this Moschops, right? If I bite him, well, I can catch him. See, I'm only doing 23 damage. I'm not doing double damage. That's because while he has that debuff, he is not a cave creature, right? That's another way that you can do this, right? So you can set up a custom function to check this class or that, right? Whatever. And another thing you can do here is you can make this pure. Compile this, we can save this. And yeah, we can just do it like this, right? That way we don't need to plug it in the way there. And we do it that way. Spawn in Moschops. We need to toggle our damage numbers. Oh my god. Gee. It's so... Oh, because it's spawning in front of it. Okay. Hold up. What do you mean? There we go. You can see, yeah, I'm not doing that much damage, but if I spawn in a Lystro... I spawned like the smallest things. Good grief. Oh my god, and now it's tweaking. There we go. But now if I bite the Lystro, right, ooh, ah, very cool. So that's a couple of ways that you can add conditions, right? You can either just do simple things like has buff or like is corrupted, or you can go so far, make a full-on list of creatures that you want it to deal bonus damage to, right? I don't really care about it doing bonus damage to Lystro and Dillo specifically, so I am actually just going to disconnect this. I'm just going to delete this, right? All I want is this has buff thing, okay? But with that, now this fella is all set. So yeah, he has a little combo he can do. So if he hits you, good luck. But if he hits you with his little Thwax, I don't know why it's randomly doing that. That's so weird to me. Yeah, that's really odd. I don't quite understand what's but whatever. It's not doing it like consistently, so I don't know. Just a random thing with the spray, I guess. I don't know. So if he hits you with that, then he'll do 2 times damage, right? Yeah, simple thing, right? But really basic, I think, graphing that is involved in that, right? Nothing too complex. I don't think any of this is too complex to understand, right? Like, all of this is fairly self-explanatory as to what it does, right? So we set the final amount, right? Then we go into the sequence to check, okay, is this thing, does this have a buff? We need to set these here with the attack info to make sure that they're not set to 0, right? Even though we're not changing them, right? And then here, we're checking if it has a buff. If that's true, then we're changing the final amount of damage, or multiplying it by our output damage multiplier, right? Let's go ahead and change this from insects to, like, debuffed. There we go. Right. Compile. Right. And yeah, now it's doing 2 times damage, right? That's a really simple thing, I think, right? And again, we have our just attack index, which for some reason, I don't know why it's not working. I'm not going to worry about that on stream right now. I will figure out what's up with that and let you know. I don't know why it's randomly switching. And then we have our toggleable alternative plays, right? 3 very simple, I think, functions that can be used, right? And can easily be adjusted, right? Like you can easily swap this out. You can change this to whatever else you want to be toggled, right? I guess one thing you can do with this, and one thing that I often do with this is if you want to have like a little message that pops up on screen, right? So let's do get owner controller. Owner controller is the rider, right? Or the owner, I guess, if it's a shoulder pet, right? I mean, it's not technically. So what we need to do here is this targeting it's targeting self, but the self here is the Globster. It's not the rider. So what we need to do is we need to grab a reference to the rider, right? Get rider. Okay. And we're gonna do the same thing down here. We're gonna get owner controller. Right. And we're gonna slot this in, right? So now we have a reference to the rider. Okay. I'm gonna compile this. And we're gonna go ahead and cast to shooter player controller again. Shooter player is, or if you just search up controller, oops, sorry, cast to cast to controller, shooter player controller. Right. We want the controller, so we're going to cast to shooter player controller, right? I'm going to slot these in, right? Get our object. Again, when you're ever doing casts, right, you can never leave these grayed out. These always need to be hooked up, right? The shooter player controller is like the HUD, essentially. It's like what the player sees, which is why we need to cast to this. And we're doing this stuff and we're getting the rider in order to get this. Again, going back to kind of the Russian dolls thing, like we're doing this in order to get this return value, which we can then plug into this object here, right? And if you want to add a little notification, what you can do is notification. See if I can remember which one it is. I think it's client server notification. Let's see if this is right. Yes. Okay. Sick. This was right. Right the first time. Let's go. I'm going to plug in our target. Is that right? And our message, right? Let's say turn in place enabled, right? And we can change the color, right? Let's make it like a green or something. I don't know. Right? Okay. Scale, just set it to 1, I guess. And display time, I don't know, 5 seconds. That's probably good. We're just going to copy this, paste it down here. Right? Again, we're doing it up here because while this check mark is unchecked, technically that is turn in place being enabled, right? So we can just do the same thing down here. Put it in. And we'll change this to disabled, right? Did I spell it right? Yes. And let's just make it like red. Yeah, red. Okay. File. Right. Save. Boom. Oops. Sorry. Ah, what did I just do? What did I just do? Sorry. There we go. Okay. Alt P. We're getting back at it. Sorry, I accidentally opened something up on my other monitor. Okay, and now, Ryan, look, turn in place enabled. Oops, I forgot a hyphen. Why did no one tell me I forgot a hyphen? How dare you? Turn in place disabled. Right, and boom, very easy. I highly recommend, yeah, finding, again, basic functions. There's functions like this are pretty straightforward, right? And there's a lot of functions that are like that. Okay. So, yeah, I'm not gonna go through all 522 overridable functions here. There's just too many of them to talk about. But you can kind of get a sense, sort of based off of their names and things like that. I know there's a couple of people that are working on setting up like a wiki that goes through all of them. So whatever that is available, I'll leave a link to that. I'm not going to be going over that though, not tonight. That's a lot of work. But yeah, I hope these kind of basic functions, again, they kind of give you a sense of what the basic things do, right? Like what a branch does, you know, why you need, you know, the events and things like that. Functions, custom functions, how to set those up, right? How to do the inputs and outputs and things like that. Right? Making it pure or not making it pure. I guess replicated, that is one thing. You don't always need that. Sometimes you do. It depends. When it's replicated, that means it's not only applying to the dyno, it's applying to other things as well. It's especially for like HUD things. There's a bunch of things that you may need that for. And that, again, kind of also goes back to that single-player, multiplayer thing that I was talking about on the first day as well. But, yeah, generally speaking, I'm not going to talk about replication or non-replication, things like that, tonight. But, yeah, these are, again, 3 pretty basic functions that work, with the exception of this one. And I do not know why. I don't understand why it's not working. But it's not, for whatever reason. Let's see if I can figure it out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Whatever. But yeah, this one, like, yeah, this is fairly self-explanatory, right? And these are, like, somewhat useful functions, I guess. Like, being able to adjust output damage, again, it can be applied to a whole bunch of different things, right? If you want to modify this so it does certain damage to a certain dyno or whatever, again, just make sure, yeah, you plug in the target, right? That I didn't do, you know? Right, make sure you have the character synced up, right, stuff like that. Or yeah, something as simple as has buff, or even simpler, like a simple tick box, right? Like I think there's an is carnivore. Yeah, is carnivore. That's another one if you want your creature to do bonus damage to carnivores, right? There's plenty of little tick boxes like that that you can do in the Primal Dino character and stuff like that. Casts, right? What casts do, right, and how you're referencing something that is not the blueprint that you're editing right now, and always needing something in the object here. Breaking things. I didn't really talk about that too much, but yeah, you can go off of these, right? Right, you can take these, right, break them, and when you break it, again, all of these pins and things like that that are here, see all of those, right? All those is if we go here to the attack info, and we look, right? Look at that, all of these values here. We're just setting them in the graph instead of setting them here. Right, if they're values that you want to change, right? So if they're values you want to change, then yeah, you can tweak them in the graph itself. But they are literally all, if you scroll through them, I'm not going to scroll through them all, but if you scroll through them, they are the exact same values as these little tick boxes and things like that. And these number values here are the green ones, right? The integers. Right? Green integer, yes. But yeah, I hope that covered very, very, very basic graphing. And I hope that giving some examples helped out. Yeah, feel free to use these. Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take again, another quick little break. And in the meantime, yeah, if anyone has any questions, I'll go ahead and take this time. And this is pretty much all I really wanted to go over. There's a couple other things that I can do, depending if we have time for it. But yeah, there's things that I can do afterwards. But yeah, if there's any questions that anyone has on graphing and things like that, feel free to post it now. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Yippee! All right, I'm all watered up. All right, let's get back to it. All right. Figured out the problem, by the way. I just forgot to freaking plug in one thing. Of course. Yeah, I forgot to hook this one up. So it was like this. So this never got to the return value. Therefore, it never reset the index. So, yeah, that's why. Okay. So, yeah, that's why that wasn't working. But yeah, it's working now. It's working as intended. So that's 3, again, simple things, simple debuffs that that work. Yeah, or 3, not debuffs. Jesus, 3 simple functions that work, right? So you have adjust attack index, you have blueprint adjust output damage, right? And we have our little toggleable turn in place with a little notification that pops up. All right. So now we are gonna, yeah, we're gonna shift in a little bit here. We're gonna shift over. We're gonna have Clay is gonna come on, and we're gonna work on some stuff with the whale, which will be exciting. However, in the meantime, before that, I want to talk about one more thing that you can do, which is variants. Let's talk about variants real quick. So now that we have a functional creature, we can start thinking about making variants, right? So I'm going to make a new folder, and let's make an alpha, right? Alphas are fun. Everyone loves a good alpha, right? So we're going to actually like this. Sorry, we're not going to do that. We're going to right-click. We're going to create a child class. We're going to change this underscore child to underscore alpha. Actually, I believe it's... I think they use it mega, right? I think that's the technical one. Mega Globster. Okay, that's pretty funny. We're going to move this here. Right? So what we've done is we've just created a child class, right? Which, if I open this up, right, and I compare, what we can see is that I don't have any of these functions here. I don't have this adjust attack index. I don't have adjust output damage. I don't have anything in my event graph, right? I don't have any of that, right? Because this is a child class, right? I'm actually going to X out of the Shengra stuff so I don't accidentally tweak something I don't want to, right? It's because this is a child class. So even though these functions are not visible, if I go ahead and spawn in the Mega Globster, right? If I go ahead and just spawn him in, right? It can still do all those same things because it's a child class. It is a child class. It inherits all of those. This mainly like saves space and efficiency. And the most important thing, it means that if I tweak something about the base character BP, those changes will copy over to this child class, right? So this is our child class. This is our Mega Globster. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a copy of the skeletal mesh, and I'm going to change this to Mega Globster. Why am I doing this? I think the Mega Globster should be bigger, right? Alphas are generally bigger. I can't think of what that's not, actually. Alright, so let's open this up. Let's go to Asset Details, Scale. I believe he was set to 0.75, so we're going to set him to 1. Right? And we're going to go over to this skeletal mesh asset. Control space opens up. We're going to go to our alpha. We're going to plug in our new guy, right? And look at that. He's nice and big now, right? But because we made this 33% bigger, technically, right? We need to make this bigger now, right? So, oh my gosh, I have to do math. Hold up. I'm going to do 80 divided by 0.75. 106.67. Okay, 106.67. And 45, I already know that's 60. Right? Okay. And 80, let's do negative 106.667. Right? Now we have our bigger Mega Globster. Right? Do I want to make any changes to this guy? Let's add something to differentiate him. Let's add a static mesh, right? And let's call this skull, right? Let's give him a cool skull, right? Like a, I don't know. Let's see. I think it's SM. Right. Let's see if we can find the cool skull, right? Let me see. I don't remember where exactly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna skull. There we go. Okay. Oops, it's under skull 1. Skull under. Grab that. We're going to parent this to the head. Oh, he's got a big ass skull now, right? Let's rotate this. Is it this one? Nope. Maybe it's this one. There we go. Fucking goof. He looks so stupid. Oh, man. Alright, let's set this to like 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Okay, a little bigger. 0.3, 0.25, 0.3. This is just temporary. I'll probably adjust this, honestly. How's that? How does that look? That look okay? I mean, it doesn't. But, you know what? If I gave it a massive underbite? Oh, God. I could. Like this. That doesn't look too bad, actually. Yeah, you know what? We'll keep that. Right? I think that's fine enough for right now, right? Just something to differentiate them. Right? Okay. So, now... what to do? Let me just save this real quick. Let's go and let's look at Mega... Let's do Carno, I guess. Yeah, sure. We'll do, because this guy's based on Carno, so we might as well. Right. Let's look and see what changes Carno makes, right? As you can see, yes, it is a child class, right? So we can see here, right? Parent class is Carno _BP_ or Carno _character _BP _C, right? So it's a child class. Now here, yes. Okay. I guess I should talk about these. These are the bone modifiers. Yeah. You can do these. I would say the easiest way to do this would, again, be to just open this up and just copy these. Just Control-C these, right? And Control-V paste them, right? I'm not going to be making any bone modifiers to my guy. Not yet, at least. I don't feel like futzing with that, honestly. But yeah, you can just see that I would just copy this, right? And then you can go through here and then just edit these values, right? That would be a really easy way to do that, okay? I'm not going to worry about that too much. This here, just output damage. This is for structures, for doing damage to stone structures and things like that. Then the only other function it has, yeah, is this begin play, right? Now, I don't really care about any of these. the main things that I care about are the actual values here. So what we're going to do what we did earlier. We're going to do show only modified properties. This is really handy on child classes because it shows you like what you need to tweak, right? So let's see here, right? So what was tweaked here? What is even tweaked here? Okay, we're not going to worry about that, right? What we can see here, right? Death, right? Death inventory, right? Okay, sure, right? So if we wanted to drop a unique Apex drop, right? That would be done here, right? Maybe I'll do something like that. I don't really have an item set up though, so maybe we'll save that till next time. Maybe we'll make like a unique item or something, right? Targeting team, right? Currently, I believe our Globster is set to... Oops, 1T, sorry. Carnivore's medium. Sure, we'll do... high, okay. Sure. Right. Save, we'll compile. Right, so we've done that, right? Can be tamed, can have baby. That's a very important thing to turn off, right? Can be tamed. We do not want people to be able to tame our alpha. We also do not want people to be able to breed them if they do, right? Yes, that's the bone modifiers that do that, yes. Yeah, that's an easy way to do it. Yeah, to just set them up. And yeah, that's really simply done, again, through here. For, like, 3 nodes right here. This is a custom event. This is not a... Right? There is no such thing as apply bone modifiers. Right? I don't believe so. Let me fact check that real quick. Yeah, no. So that's a custom function that they made, and that's running off of begin play, right? So basically, as soon as this thing loads in, it applies these bone modifiers, right? And all that's done is, yeah, you would get the mesh, you would get your target, your mesh would be your creature's mesh, right? And then your bone modifiers, right? Okay. But yeah, so can be tamed, can't have baby. We want to have both of those disabled, right? Did I turn off can't have baby? Yes, I did. Okay, good. And we're just going to go through this and we're going to tweak things, right? Disable harvest health gain. Yeah, okay, we probably want to disable that. So it's not constantly healing off of things, right? That would be bad. Our attack infos, right? We don't really care about that. We do want to increase these, though, right? We do want to increase our attack. We want to increase our damage, right? So we'll go to... Right. So, first off, our attack range. We don't really need to increase that. But let's increase our swing radius, right? It's 160. We made him 33% bigger. Let's set this to like 220 or something, right? That should be good, right? And our melee damage amount is currently 18. So let's set this to... Let's do like 40, right? Let's make this guy pretty beefy. And we're going to have to do that same thing with our... Not our bone shot, with our headbutt, right? So our attack range, what did I set it to? 220, I think? I don't remember. Whatever, no matter. And then 40, right? Okay, so we've modified those values, right? We've tweaked our attack infos. And again, it is just as simple as just kind of going through this, right? Our swing sockets, we don't really care about those. Right, our eggs, we definitely want to be deleting those, definitely, right? So egg, we don't want this guy to be spawning those. Right, okay. Is there like a... So we've disabled the eggs. We want to change the descriptive name and the drag weight, definitely. So the descriptive name, Alpha Globster, right? Ooh, cool. Drag weight. I guess that is one thing I didn't mention before. Drag weight is not the physical weight of your creature. It is like what determines like what can carry it, and also if it can go into bosses. 250 is pretty high. I'm actually going to reduce this on the base Globster, but I'll set this one to like 300 maybe. So, like, for example, Argent can carry creatures up to a drag weight of 150. I want my Globster to be able to be carried by an Argent, so I'm actually going to tweak this. Drag weight. I'm going to set this to 150, right? I'm going to compile that. Load. Save. I'm going to go back here. Oops, wrong one, sorry. Drag weight set to 300, right? Okay. Our AI controller, are we concerned about that? No, because we haven't made any changes to it. Don't worry about the AI controller. It's annoying. Our Dino color set, we do actually want to change this. Right, so let's go to our guy. Let's make a copy of our color set. Color set. Let's rename this Mega. There we go. And let's just tweak some of these. Again, just a reminder, by the way. If you ever need to, they're on the Arc Wiki. If you just search up Arc color IDs. It's right here, arc.wiki.gg/wiki/color IDs. And it gives you a list of every single color and the name of them, right? Which is what we're going to be using. So I'm just going to start going through these, right? The stripes. We want these things to be like kind of red, right? So let's do... I'm actually just going to delete some of these. Gore. Oops. Gore. Coloring. Right. Dark red. Okay, let's change some of these to like... Oh shoot, I don't know. More reds, I guess. Let's do dark red. Maybe I don't want them to be pink. I don't want them to be pink. So let's do maybe gray. Okay. So the stripes, the main body, the outlines, right? We want this to just be probably red. Light red. Okay. The scales. There we go. Alright, let's go in here. Color sets. And for this, we may want to plug in spawner color sets as well, because we don't want to have event colored ones. We want this guy to be consistently. So go ahead and plug all these in. Right. Mega Globster. Okay. So now, yep, our guy is gonna have sick, dope colors. So what's the next thing that we have here, right? We have nothing too concerning. We have death harvesting component. I'm just gonna go ahead and plug in the Carno one. Right. For like the pride meat and things like that. I think that's reasonable. Right. Kill XP, that is one thing. Kill XP. Let's go ahead and say like 250, right? Want it to be less than Alpha Carno, maybe more than Alpha Raptor though, right? No. Here, ignore targeting carnivores. Let's see that. Ignore targeting carnivores. And is Alpha Elite Mega Dino. This is what determines the things like the... Sorry, I'm totally blanking right now. Like the buff that it gives to nearby creatures. That makes them take like half damage, right? That's done with that checkmark, right? Okay, and the last thing we need to do is we need to make a copy of the status component. We need to make a mega one because we don't want it to have the same stats, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to take our... Where's our status component? We're going to make a copy. Copy. Okay, we're going to rename you. So, over here. And because we made this a child class, you'll notice that I can't delete this. I don't have an option to delete this. If you recall from the last stream, what we did is we actually deleted the old one and made a new one, right? We can't do that this time because we're making a child class. So what we're going to do, we're going to add, we're going to look up Mega Globster. We're going to add this in, right? Okay, cool. Sure. Right. Now, what we need to do is there is a value here for, I think it's priority. Here we go. Character status component priority. It is currently set to 0, right? This is our default one. In order for our new character status component to be used instead of the old one, what we need to do is we need to go into the Mega Globster. We need to search up priority. And we need to set this to a value higher than 0. Ideally 1, right? It's pretty straightforward. Compile that, and we'll save that. And now, you can see our priority is set to 1. So now, because it is a higher priority, it will use that status component instead of the default status component, right? This is something you can do if you're making child classes and you want to tweak stats. That's an easy way to do that, right? Without like adjusting or tweaking the base character, right? Because if you make a child class, you cannot delete this, right? Okay. So we've done that. Now let's change the stats, actually. Let's make the health 3,000. I don't know. Shoot. Let's go crazy with it, right? Why not? I have no idea. Right. Okay. And now we should be pretty much done. I dare say. We don't need to worry about these because these are the attack infos, right? So, yeah. We're not worrying about this drop inventory component. That's not a concern to us right now. That'll be more of a maybe next time thing, right? Well, if I go ahead and I spawn this guy in, let's see what happens. Right? Let me GCM myself real quick so I don't die. Look at that. It's trying to get me. Oh. Look at you, big boy. You can see, yeah, the color changes, right? Things like that. He's using his attack. And we have ourselves an alpha, right? Now, obviously, what we could do, we could tweak some of the values, right? We could also give them the cloud, the fart cloud that the alphas used to have. If we want to, we can add that in, right? But functionally, this alpha is now, well, functional, yeah. And we're all set. Yeah. There he is. There he is, alive and well. Let's go ahead. Let's X out of this. And we have our functional alpha. So with that, we now have a fully functional... Oh, I guess one more thing to set up, yeah, is the spawns. Sorry, for the alpha, right? Let's do spawns. So here, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to set this, right? So we have our container editions. And then NPCs to spawn, right? So we have this. Oops, I actually think I did the wrong one. Sorry. So now we take our knife. Let's grab our alpha. Okay, and then we do this, right? We'll set this 0 point. Again, going back to our thing, I had to make sure it was the right one that I was changing. Right. Going back to our weight, we want this guy has now he has a 1 in 100 chance. Maybe we could increase that a little bit, like 0.03, right? So he has a 3% chance to spawn, right? Right. Okay. Let me real quickly. Give me a moment. Because I feel like I did this wrong. I'm actually gonna. I'm sorry. I'm actually gonna check this real quick. I most certainly did. Here we go. Sorry about that. Okay, my bad. Goodness gracious me. Okay, disregard what I just said. We're doing it live. Okay. So, it's actually right here. Global NPC random spawn class weights, right? So, what we'll do is we'll plug in our Globster, character BP, 2 classes. Oh my goodness, is it gonna do this the whole freaking time? Ah, shoot. And because we're only doing one other class, right? So we're gonna plug in. Oops. And we'll grab our Globster. Sorry. So, same concept though, right? With this, the Globster here, and then the Mega Globster down below. So we wanted to have a small percent chance. So let's do 0.97, right? 0.03, same as we did before. So now, every single time, and do we want to have exact match on? We may want to. Yes. Okay. Okay. So now, functionally, right? Whenever the Globster spawns, there is a 3% chance that instead of a Globster spawning, it will be a Mega Globster. Okay? And that's done right here. Global NPC random spawn class weights. Right? And with that, we have an alpha variant that now spawns, right? Yeah, we have an alpha variant that spawns. We have added some basic functions to our creature. We've saved everything. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna share this mod real quick. I'm not gonna dox myself. I'm gonna do my email over here. So you don't see me. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to select our tutorial dino. Right? And changelog, do we need a changelog? Day 2. Right, added alpha. What else did we do? We fixed rider position. Added. Oops. Added. Turn in place. Added. What else did we add? We added ranged attack. Increased damage. Shoot debuffed targets. Right, we added a swapping attack items. What else did we do? What else did we do? Shoot. Did we do anything else fun? I guess updated before updated textures. Yeah. Okay. We've done a bunch of stuff today, yo. Excellent work. Excellent work. Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, added the ramping speed, of course. Ramping speed. Yeah. Okay. Updated textures. Cool. We're gonna go ahead and continue that, right? And we're gonna wait for that to upload. Oops. Save. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna wait for this thing to upload. And I think this mod might be good to publish, actually. Like, I honestly think that this mod, now that we have this is a functional creature, right? It spawns in game. Go ahead and pull up my Curse Forge. yeah, let's go ahead and get this as many bones as possible. Maybe I will for the alpha one. Maybe I will. I'll do some work off stream. I'll get it looking better. um, but yeah, in the meantime, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and upload this. And I guess I will show real quickly once we get this. Okay, cool. We'll go to project. And click go to project. Brings us over here. Now let's manage this. Now I do want to change the name of this. Let's change this to story, right? Let's change our category to creatures. Right. And again, going back to our authors stuff, right, where we added stuff like that, right? We'll save changes. Huh. And there we go, right? So now we've changed our like tag for it, so it's no longer tutorial dino. And then if we go over here to out of the project overview, we go to files. What we can do is we can publish this build, and it'll publish the mod, and it'll be public, right? And that's that. Yeah. I'm not going to do that right now. Yeah, I'm going to make a couple of changes. There's things that we kind of went over quickly that I want to go back in and refine a little bit more. But that's about it. Now I think we're done with, hello? Clay? You're not speaking.
Mark.
We're gonna go ahead and turn it over to Clay. Hello, Clay. Welcome back again. How does it feel to be back?
It's good news, Mark.
We can finally be bees.
We could be bees, Mark. We could finally be bees.
Yeah, we're gonna turn it over to Clay. For some baller stuff.
Yeah. I just got back from another side quest.
This is quite
This
fire.
time it was $150 in a oil change receipt.
Ah, what fun!
Sobbing emoji.
What
Sobbing
fun.
emoji.
Well, we just got done making a functional creature. We did a little bit of graphing. We got some fun functions set up. We got some turn in place and got some damage adjusters and things. We made an alpha variant. That was fun.
Ooh, damage adjusters. So like reduce damage, right?
Yes,
Or
and
like,
then
oh, yeah,
and
straight,
then reduce damage, and then also we set up output damage adjusters so that it does increase damage to certain types of creatures.
Oh,
We've been going for 4 hours now.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
What fun.
Where I'm doing a quick test if it will actually like, because I think it was a driver issue last time, so I'm just checking if it is still a driver issue
That is quite fire.
of like why it won't bake. Okay, so I think it did it. It did it right there. It was doing it. Okay, well,
This is so unfortunate.
we're gonna go to the actual part of like the intention of why I'm here.
Yeah,
It's
since we
setting up-
get it off a little bit early last time, so yeah.
Yeah. If I recall, it's like we're just setting something up in kit for like materials and stuff, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, because last time, yeah, you did a lot of the substance stuff. You talked about all of like the like roughness things that you add to it and stuff like that.
Yeah, just like
yeah.
my methods and stuff.
Yeah, so this time, if you want to talk more about like actually creating the material in in kit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's something that I am very unfamiliar with. I was dreading
Yeah.
that, and I'm dreading the particles as well. That's the other thing that I need to talk about. That I am like, I have no idea, dude. I'm like so scared.
I feel like particles are one of the more or less explored things in some cases. Sometimes.
Yeah, at least creating.
I
new
see a
ones,
lot of
yeah.
them, but it's from like a bunch of very niche people. Like
yeah.
it's not very. I don't really think it's like.
I don't think there's a lot of people that do it in the
documentation.
I think there is, but it's for like Unreal, like broad Unreal. It's not for Arc specific. Like there's a lot of I know a couple of people that do like particle effects, but none of them actually play Arc. You know, they're all like mainline Unreal people that you just like come there like, hey, do you want to do this for me?
Yeah, I know that that Merm actually does outsource to someone for particle effects. That's what
she
has like a literal beam.
Yeah, this person that she recommended that person to me, and he did the stuff for mine, and he also did the Impuro eye trails, like the crazy like good looking ones. Yeah.
Oh shit.
He did those. Yeah, he's making his rounds in the art community, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. So particles. I mean, you don't even need to necessarily do that though. Like, there's a lot of things you can do just with the base particles. Like Garuga was telling me about it. I know Garuga's Edmontonia, the fire effects that Edmontonia has on its spikes, the front spikes. That's just a modified. That's just a modified campfire particle effects, actually. Like the campfire sparks. It's really funny, and that's the same thing. I believe it's the same thing
really
that
good.
Yeah, I believe it's the same thing that Pyroraptor, that Tristan's Pyroraptor uses. I might be wrong on that, but it looks similar, so I'm assuming it is. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can do just by editing particles, but I'm not going to talk about that today.
Yeah, that's for the next one.
The next one, I'm going to put off the next one for 6 months so I can learn how to do it.
Dude, for real.
Maybe I'll bring someone.
Honestly, when it comes to material stuff, I don't create them. I just modify a lot. So I've kind of just learned a bunch of like all the niche stuff. So we're gonna be for Noxious Titan. We're gonna be it's gonna be a lot of like me porting over settings from another material, and then since every layered map is kind of different because you're doing it again and again, like every creature can be different because different values and stuff. It's kind of just like it's kind of calibrating the material too. I look at it as like calibrating.
Yeah.
Just like just changing settings around and shit for the material one because you can get a lot of different results since a lot of maps do derive from other maps. So like the RGB channels and stuff, Arc materials really for better or worse, really get into it with just what they do with them. Like just like other things. So like like the metallic map is not only just used for metallic, but it is also like a curvature thing. They use it as the cavity map of like like a mask of like do not put details here or there.
Yeah, I think you were talking about that a little bit last time.
Yeah.
Of like. Yeah, that's like the little, like, the lines that are, like, circle around the scales, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops. I don't want to die. It's hard because I was showing your Discord. I don't want to dox myself.
Yeah, man. What do you mean dox yourself?
I don't want to dox myself. I don't want people to see, like, my information, people who I message and things, you know? Yeah.
You're stuck here now. Dude, I honestly forgot where I put... I don't think I did. Okay, we're just gonna make another one. Hold on. There we go. And then we're just gonna get all the files in here.
You may not have actually. I don't remember if you saved it or not. No, you didn't, because we didn't actually port the whale.
We didn't get into it like that. Yeah.
We did the like the Bronto and stuff. Yeah.
Dude, my brain is like. Okay, there you go.
Alright, I'm gonna let you do this. I will be right back. I need to get some water. I've been talking for too long.
Yeah. Where's the normals? Is this the normals? No. Dude, wait. Oh my god. This is what I get for not organizing anything. Come on, which one's the... I'm an ARC player, I can't read. Yeah, I definitely am planning to go through another pass on this guy, like, eventually, with, like, another bake, because these normals are acting weird. There's something about this guy, it's just not working, and it's like, bro, please just fucking work. Did I ever export the colorize? I don't think I ever exported the colorize. Wait, why are you... Hello? Did I do the wrong one? You great. What? Hello?
What? Hello?
Dude, my fucking... It's gray. I don't know why it's gray. The normal map is turned out gray. Okay, you know, dude, this thing is cursed, I think. We need to export the normal map and the colorize. You have the albedo in here, right? Yeah, the fuse. Okay. Colorize. No. There you go. Why is there no colorize? Is it a different channel?
This vexes me.
This vexes me as well.
This vexes me. Have you tried the medicine drug?
We tried the medicine drug.
I tried the medicine drug. Try the medicine drug. You are stupid. That close out of the
colorize was there.
I'm scared. No, I didn't.
This one's colorize. Alright, fuck it. We're gonna do it the funny way.
It looked like the normal worked that time.
Yeah. That was weird, honestly.
This vexes me.
This vexes me. Project configuration. This is just so I have it.
Are you counting down the minutes until Lost Colony? It comes
actually,
out in like 2 hours. Yeah.
Dude, me and Nim in 2 hours, me and Nimwood are actually going to go watch Avatar. So we're not gonna even be there.
Right.
Yeah. It's really funny. Okay. We will pull from Bronto's material that I've done. Because Bronto's one of my older materials, so it'll be a good way to kind of be like, alright, few things I want to change about it from here, from there. Okay, there you go. Hello?
Hello? Oh yeah, he's very small, I believe.
What a little guy.
Set it to like, yeah.
What a little guy.
I need to fix that in the blend file, actually. I need to remember that.
I exported it from, like, from the, that work. I didn't.
That's
what the fuck?
That's the eye texture.
Oh, you put the eye in second. Okay, I see.
I believe.
Alright, now we're gonna plug in all of my textures. And this is the start of it. Obviously, as you can see, he's fucking
like
black.
He's covered in mud. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
the two different mindsets. Yep.
two different mindsets.
Okay.
Okay. So this is a result of what I'm gonna think is the where is it? Where? I just deleted it. Where'd it go? Oh, there you are. This is a result of, I think, the did I even export this right? Hold on. Where my red channel at? Roughness. That metallic off. That's why. Okay, well, this is So, for a quick example, what's going on right now is that because my metallic is entirely off, there are other things tied to the metallic map that it's reading. So since the metallic is black, it is telling some channels that, hey, I believe it is detail on cavity. Hold on. Okay, so this is one of them. No detail on cavity. Since it's all black and it reads black, it says, hey, we're not going to put detail normals on the cavity map. Since the entire body is black, it's like, okay, we're going to take them off entirely. But if I turn them on, it puts on the detail normals that we have on. On Bronto, this is the detail normals we have. But we're going to put that at 1, and then we're going to re-export this correctly. I don't know why it's black. Actually, no, I do. We're going to try to address that in a second here. But we're going to turn on my metallic map. We're going to let it suss it out. Once I'm actually able to get a solid bacon that won't crash, I'm going to be so happy, I think. We're going to go back into my preset. We're going to turn off everything that I don't want to use. We're going to turn on the layered. We're going to export. We're going to go in here. Go here. We're going to re-import. There you go. Oh yeah, there's an alpha channel because subsurface. Oh yeah, Bronto does have subsurface. I could totally use this guy's subsurface later. So right now we're looking at this and I'm like, it's really intense on the creases, on the cavities. So I think what we're gonna do is figure out what layer I'm looking at by turning it off and on. Please. Okay, so it's not you, it's you. Okay. Change it to the metallic channel and lower you. Kind of just like remembering where I left off from last time, basically. So we have you here. Oh, metallic. We gotta turn you on. Okay, cool. So, usually to make these black lines less intense, we'll just simply make the black lines here less intense. So we see how dark this is. We don't want that, so I'm actually going to turn you off. I'm going to keep you on. And we'll try this next. Export textures, export, go here, re-import. It's a lot better, it's less intense.
Yeah.
And if you zoom in, yeah. Let me turn off. Let me go to detail levels. You're on 1. Okay. I'm curious. 100. Holy shit. Oh my. Oh my god.
That is not 100. That's 100,000. It's okay though.
Potato, potato.
Oh. No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think I will.
No.
So for now, we'll keep it at this. Actually no, I don't like that. There's another setting here. I actually forgot it, so we're gonna find out together. But there's a setting to reduce all that. But we're gonna go from the top down. These are the detail normals. Usually I like to have the tiling a little higher. I don't use detail normals like how some vanilla Arc creatures do, where they kind of layer scales over scales. I try to use them as like a supporting texture.
Yeah, you were talking about that last time with the Spino, I remember.
Oh,
right?
Okay, cool, yeah.
With the vanilla Spino, how it's like looks all deep fried.
And then when you turn that shit off, it's like, wow. Yeah. When you look at that. So this is where you can change colors. This is not where this is not like this will not influence what it will look like in kit. Like when you have a proper color set up, this doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But for the sake of pleasing my own eyes, I'm going to do this. We're gonna make you like grayish. Probably pull you over to maybe like a soft blue.
Why are you blue?
Why are you blue? Alright, stop being blue. Dude, you wanna go watch the Blue People movie tonight?
Why are you blue?
I'm actually I'm really excited about that. I'm not gonna lie.
What? Oh, for the Avatar movie?
Yeah, I'm excited about the Avatar movie. I'm looking forward to it tonight. Huh.
This guy has a lot on his mind.
Yeah, he has a lot on his mind.
Are there polygons missing there, or was that just because you zoomed in too far? Oh, that's because of the eyeball texture, right?
Yeah, the eyeball texture.
Oh, I was like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Don't scare me like that. Don't scare me like that.
So, we quickly set up colors. This is what we did last time I was on Lapis's whimsical show. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it does not look like this in Substance Painter, so we're now going to change stuff around to kind of resemble what it looks like in Substance Painter. First thing on the chopping block is these fuck-ass detail normals. They should not be this intense. I don't like this. It kind of overrides the actual like read of the body itself because it just muddies it in my opinion. Mm. So we're gonna go over. Oh yeah, here we'll just go top down again. I forgot about this. There's detail values, so it's like I just affected one.
That's like for the different color regions, how if the detail normals appear on it, right?
Yeah. Because, this actually, yeah.
No, go
ahead. The metallic map actually pulls here too. So since the detail normals here, you can see that it actually gets. Oh, that's not good. This is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, -1. I've seen some Arc creatures have these in the negatives. For example, our lovely Dreadnoughtus has that at -5.
Fun. So like inverts that's weird.
It's cool. Not on Dread, but actually I kind of fuck with this, so we might actually keep this. Yeah.
Looks like cheese.
We're gonna keep that. It works on this guy. Actually, yeah. So now that actually might be because of the it's a diffuse. The diffuse is helping keep areas dark while the metallic map is getting lighter. Okay, cool. I see what's going on. Wow. So we're gonna put this at -1. We'll put -2. Red mask is our mid body. 0, 1, 2, 3. -5. Look at that. But preferably, I like to keep the siege at 0 or 0.5. Until I get a better bake, until I can like actually bake the fucker. It's gonna be like heavy black lines. I'm not really about that right now, so we're not gonna do that. But I can do the same on the belly. It's just the same procedure, just like testing out what looks good. To be honest, for the belly, I might just invert it. So it's a yellow mask. If we put to -5, makes it brighter. Actually, I don't like that. 1. Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna go with like maybe 0.8. Sometimes it's kind of just like putting in random numbers and you kind of just like process of elimination of, do I like that? I don't like that. Or maybe I do. Let's see. So now we're gonna keep on going down. Curvature is a red channel, yeah. Do not change this, keep it at fucking pure red if you want to like be sane. Because this pulls from the red channel. Usually I don't fuck with this, but yeah, that's that for a reason. Don't do that. I actually need to explore that more if you're doing this as a tutorial, watching this on a YouTube video. Invert magenta and yellow. Honestly, I don't really use this a lot besides I just if I need to, like, it's like a yay or nay. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Reasoning is kind of just like, oh, do I want it to actually line up with what I have in Substance Painter? Okay, but you don't really care about that. Lantern emissives. This is your like aberrant creatures use this. Iridescence. It's a sick and evil creature. Merm fixed it, but I don't feel like doing that. Metallic. It's just a metallic map. It's this is like what you are expecting to use metallic map for, besides like the 13,000 other things that it's used for. This is more used on weapons than creatures, unless the creature has specifically something about it that is like metallic, but it's a little bit weird orchestrating to balance it when the metallic map pulls from so many other factors. So I kind of just put this like 0.2 because like a subtle shine. Just I like subtlety, so that's what I do. Normal strength. 1, 2, 3, 100. You get the gist. Normal detail strength. Fuck you. 0.1. It will help with. It's kind of the detail normals can really muddy out your original normal, so just be careful with it. I've seen some default values at 1.8, so usually I will leave it at 1.8. Let's see. No detail cavity, we talked about that. These two I kind of just ignore. I want to figure them out, but I just never really bothered to. Dark cleanup. I think it's just for the shadows, if I recall. Yeah. The claw's fucking up over there. You can see that, but I'm gonna leave that at default value that is. Ambient occlusion. This is where the start of some of if you want to override. If you want to have it to where the map is used for what it actually is without as much mixing, you would usually lower everything else down and then make your if it mentions model, it is exactly what it will look like here. Like the model pulls directly from here, because when it says like just metallic or like normals or like not normals, or other values like the roughness map, especially the roughness map, all of those are compiled results through material logic. But if you just want the raw map itself without the game influencing anything as much, the keywords is usually model, and these are like this pulls from the map itself. So the model map is for the ambient occlusion is this. So this is the model map. It will actually use the values used from here. Hold on, I got a phone call. Be right back.
Flee. He's gone. Produced Adams. Alright, well, that's going on. I'm gonna take advantage of that and I'm gonna go work on this.
Okay, I'm back. Back on the road. So, model AO value 3. Like this is pulling directly from the actual map without anything convoluting it. Usually,
yeah.
The cavity value is kind of just like the cavities of the ambient occlusion. So usually these you don't really fuck with too much because they get their job done kind of fine. Opacity. I have not really needed to use a creature that needs opacity, so I actually have not fucked with that.
Particles. I don't think there's a single creature that does use opacity.
It's kind of just there probably. Particle dynamic. Fuck that. Plates. Daigo does that. I actually do want to look into that because they actually do use color channels like this for their patternings, and I kind of want to just use that for the creatures in general for the color channels, so you don't have to do the bullshit with the colorized regions. Because if you pull up the color channels, you basically just like you can just RGB and all these just be masks for colors instead of needing to follow rules of like, oh yeah, this color can't touch that color. It's just Green Channel has this pattern mask of like what you would do in Substance Painter. It's just masks, and it just does it better because you don't have to worry about artifacting at all. It's kind of just it makes it into a mask, which is so much fucking better than detecting the color on the PNG and hoping to God it works. But I digress. Gloss, roughness, all this. This is where a lot of the tinkering comes in. So if I go to this angle, we can see how a lot of it's like kind of a detail normal mess. Detail rough power, 0. Would you look at that? It's just what it is now. And now we do the model roughness contribution, which pulls directly from the actual maps. Make that to 3. This is the roughness map that I created. But you will have to balance it around, make it look good. So we have roughness here, gloss here. Gloss is just the glossiness of the roughness, and vice versa, right? It's just you're kind of just fucking around until you get a result you like. So for this case, it's time to fuck around and just see. Usually I do put the model roughness at like 0.1, so there's some form of influence, just not too much. Because subtlety and layering it over. Detail gloss contribution, this is just a detail normals itself. Put you like 0.5, we'll just see what that does for now. So if we just zero everything out, right? 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then we'll just like slowly go up. We put you at 3. It's super shiny, right? Like, but because we added a lot of variants to the crevices and stuff, some areas won't be as shiny. But since it's just super saturated, it's gonna work and do it anyway. But to kind of control this, I go here and I just mess around with the roughness value. So it's actually like this and that. But when I'm messing with the model roughness, it pulls from the green channel for roughness, and this is what my roughness looks like. Honestly, I think I could do a little bit more. Or wait a minute. I did this wrong. We're gonna fix that. You're supposed to be inverted. So for cross-reference, what am I moving around? What is that? For cross-reference, lighter the color, less rough. Darker the color, well, lighter the color, more rough. darker the color, less rough, shinier when it's darker. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to roughness, and we're just going to figure out what I need to do to invert everything. So just let it load. Hello? You gonna? Is this not the is this not the roughness? Ah, what the fuck? Is it you? Are you pulling from roughness? Yes, you were. Okay, no wonder why it was fucked. Here we go. So this should be, no, this should be actually what we were working with last time we were here. Yeah, there you go. That explains a lot.
Baller.
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 Ball.
Balls.
Export textures, mesh layered, and then we're gonna go in here and just re-import. This should look really different. There you go. Now if we go here, no wonder why I was like subconsciously be like, wow, something looks off. But there you go. This is now a lot more in line with what we actually did for our roughness map because I cranked up the intensity to 3, so it kind of just like overrides the compositing that the roughness map will do because it's just super intense now, and we use a roughness map to kind of this stuff. Detail rough power. Yeah, I'm in detail rough here. Put out 1. Huh. Aren't you showing up anymore? Odd. Well, never loved them anyway. Let's put you 0.1 and 0.1 for now, I guess. Gloss is the same procedure with what I do with the roughness maps. I kind of just like mess around with until kind of just like setting tweaking now. Has a lot on his mind. I actually really like how the melon turned out with the colors and the fading.
Yeah.
Happy with that. For some reason, though, the normals is really weak. Like I even noticed down here, the normals are like really weird. So I'm gonna have to. Usually you would like see a lot more higher like intensity values and height, but this just has no height to it. I feel like so I'm gonna have to resolve that another time when I can actually rebake the fucking textures because it just will not let me. Because right now they kind of just like.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Usually that would be resolved if the normal map was actually functioning, but it's not doing it all the way. But for the case of this demo, should continue. So we're gonna scroll back down. Roughness is usually like one of the last ones. After roughness is, I actually don't know what this is right here, but speculars is kind of just the same stuff. This is like how like it responds to lighting the world. So if you don't want it to be too dark, or else like it's basically just like shadow intensity and stuff, and just how it responds to other factors that the material calls to. Specular is like the ultimate composite of just a lot of values. So. Just more.
This vexes
me. This is like with less specular, you can see how intense it is here. But if I crank up U, usually I usually middle these out because I still need to figure out the logic behind it in a lot of cases. The mouse should not be black. I don't think so, at least. Is one of you calling metallic? Which one of these calling metallic? It's you.
It's you. I see you. I see you. I see you.
I made a GIF out of it. You want it?
Yeah, let me find it. I see you.
I made it like super shitty quality as well.
Oh my god. Big fan. Big fan. Me when I'm a large rotating object attached to the ceiling.
Okay, it wasn't you. What the?
It wasn't you.
Which one of you is making it just... Okay, hold on. Okay, that doesn't help. Don't do that. That scared me. One of these is doing it. I just have no idea which one yet. It's you! It's somewhere in the mouth. I was right. Which one is it?
Hello?
You.
Hello? Hello?
Nope.
This vexes me.
Nope. Oh, okay, we're getting somewhere. It's somewhere in here. Okay, you know, honestly... We could just do this. Like, I was just trying to back on when I need to make other maps. Can't forget.
Clay.
What is up? There you go, now the mouth is actually seeable. Oh. What the fuck happened to the I don't know.
What?
I think it's because no, it's because it's super tiny, so when you upscale it, some vertices will freak the hell out.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I understand. I am the angry pumpkin, and I understand.
Okay. Trying to think. We're gonna go back up to roughness real quick and kind of reduce the intensity too. Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with these normals. It's driving me crazy how it's not showing the full extent of them. Let's see. Well, let me just have the normals at least. We'll try to do a rebake and just pray. Besides that, Base color power. I noticed that in game a lot of things are darker, so I kind of have to lighten them a lot in order for them not to be super dark. So that's kind of just going back and forth with that.
Mm-hmm.
Blending base color. Same thing. It's just
blending base blur.
Subsurface scattering. I never really made a map for it, but this is kind of just using default values. So there's also that, but just about it. You can see all the minor stuff like from the metallic metal. Hold on, let's try this.
Is it gonna
please,
again?
just please, just.
We're praying.
Please.
We're manifesting. You know, the kit hasn't crashed actually. I don't think a single time in both of my streams. I'm really impressed. I actually don't think I've had a single kit crash.
I'm glad. I'm happy for you. Really.
Mm-hmm.
It's. What is it doing? What are you doing, Subsuspander? We're gonna close you and not look at you right now. That's kind of just about it of going through all the settings that I know at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of it's just refining over time, but pretty much it. The Lapis whale. Designing this thing was certainly something.
What do you mean?
What
do you mean?
I referenced genuine monitors, like at least like muscle attachments and like fucking actual shit for it. So kind of just weird to look at. I'm not gonna lie. He's so hinged. I'm happy that I was able to get across the musculature nicely. That's just about it. A lot of more refining. You'll probably see a texture TLC sometime. So this will not stand. I will not stand for my big dude. It's just frozen. It's just fucking. I'm gonna. Okay.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, for real.
I'm manifesting it working for you, Clay.
Because there's a lot of like normal stuff that like I think would help it a lot. It's just not wanting to use them. I'm like, bro, fucking please. But yeah, moral of the story: use detail normals to help up-res areas where lower resolution. Don't rely on it, but it is certainly a way to help like micro detailing because. Like you can try it on you can do it anyway, like just do it anyway on areas you can get like nice subtleties like what's going on here because this isn't detail normals, this is just the texture itself, but detail normals will definitely help smoothen stuff out and areas out so it's less whatever the fuck is going on with like pixelation and resolution. UV resolution is a huge thing when doing texture work as well. But that goes back towards the modeling process and just making sure that when you're unwrapping, you have good balance to make sure that it's not
things are packed tightly.
Yeah, like tightly packed, so you can make sure you have like actually pack in detail. But detail normals can help assist with that and just subtleties like that. And don't do what Arc Bronto does, where it just where are you? Where are you? Come here, buddy.
Where are you?
2015 creature.
Get over here.
All right. Oh, stop that. Okay. Because you look at Bronto like, oh yeah, would you look at that? Right, cool. That's scales inside of scales, dude. Like that. What? Okay, I'm actually curious. What does Arc Bronto look? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's with 3 UVs. That's kind of nuts, actually.
This is before the age of Udims, but let's see what happens if I actually just do this. Hold on. We're gonna copy and paste this over.
Nope.
Shit,
the
wait.
wrong one.
Whoops. Yeah. Oopsie. I'm hoping that the settings actually carry. Yeah, there you go. And we're gonna do this, there, this, there, this, there. They're all converted. Now we're gonna make them really big, like 100, 50, 20. And then we're gonna go to detail normal. We're gonna go over to detail rough power. We're just gonna see what the actual stuff looks like. Wait, does Bronto just not have scales?
No, I don't believe it does.
You know,
it's funny eyes.
They could have gone away with just. Where is it? Nope, not you. Okay, it's you. 5. They could have gone away with this. And, like, not late. Oh, you bitch. Hold on. Dude, I am a hater. I am like a D1 hater. Oh shit, wait, that fucked it. No. Please. What? Hello? There you go. I'm a D1 hater. 50. Okay. They could have gone away with this, man. Like, you can still kind of see them, but like, you really see the texture. That's not like super fucked. Let's see, where's the gloss? Let's go to gloss real quick, or rough power. Put shit like 1. Just allow it to have like surface. Looks a little muddied there. Oh yeah, forgot like. Yeah, okay, I see why. Not really, but like. You get the point. I fucking hate detail normals because the settings were made for creatures that don't have a lot of detail and to compensate for that. But when you already have a creature with good textures and normals, you don't really need detail normals to compensate in that way. You can use them to compensate in like micro detailing and surface detailing. Like shit you put under a fucking microscope detailing, so for the fucks that like zoom in all the way and fucking like compensate for that. I don't know why I kind of just stopped working on this guy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know where the fuck where the detail normals went, but like, you know, like, there you go.
Extraordinary. Stunning. Excellent job, Clay.
Thank you.
You did it. You did it.
I did. I survived.
I mean, I think that covers pretty much everything. Honestly, with the actual material itself, yeah.
Yeah. And then, really, it's just kind of me polishing and doing the shit on YouTube to get the fucking bake working. It's still frozen.
Don't touch it, Clay. Don't touch it.
No, I'm gonna touch it. Fuck you.
Touch the butt.
It's dead. Kill it. It's gone.
Gone.
But yeah, I'm excited to see how the fucking Noxious Iron works out.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It's gonna be a very unique looking creature in Arc. I feel like because it's just It's a megalania of a fucking whale head. Like, be fucking thrilled me right now.
Yeah, he's gonna be very silly.
Dude.
He's gonna be very silly.
I'm so happy. I'm so proud of the idea of giving him a fucking underbite. You have no idea. The teeth.
Yeah, the teeth.
Oh wait, I forgot. I gave like the other socket. Yeah, I forgot. I like socketed them. God, I did some fucked shit to this thing, dude. What was I thinking?
What was I thinking?
Yeah, look at that. Like I forgot they slot in.
Yeah.
To an extent.
What fun.
What fun.
What fun. Yeah, it's gonna be real fun. And it'll be out in a couple months.
I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to like actually like really get like I just need to fix my shit. I don't know why. I just haven't had the time yet, but like I don't know what the fuck is going on with my shit.
Yeah. Yeah, Noxious Titans are the last ones that's actually left to do. Pretty much all the other ones are somewhat closer to being done.
And then you can be free. Think about that. Just... No more modding. You can you can retire. You can retire as a modder. You can retire as a modder, bro. Retire at the ripe age of like what fucking like 20 range. Fucking ripe age of 20, bro. Retire. Go on.
Good God.
Dude,
disgusting.
Freedom. Get me the fuck out of this kit, please.
Yeah, that's why I'm making these. To document my descent into insanity.
Dude, make it a premium like mod so you never have to work a day in your life again.
That is what it's gonna be. Yeah.
Oh, actually.
Yeah, I missed you about that. Remember? Yeah.
I forgot. Do you think I remember things, Lapis?
Yeah.
You know how many times I forget to check DMs?
The whole pack. Well, the whole pack is gonna be a premium mod. There's like 5 creatures that are in it, and this guy's one of them. Yeah, it'll be a premium for all 5. It's gonna be kind of like what Trista did. There's gonna be a couple that'll be free to use, and then there'll be like this guy, the big one. Is gonna be.
I think it's cool when a lot of the pack is premium, and then you have like the highlight stuff be like premium.
Yeah.
Like so people can still play with it and shit. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not like. I love money as well, but if you have to buy the game and then do the same amount of money to buy the fucking to have a good mod pack. Yeah. So if I eventually do, I actually am considering doing one eventually, just not anytime soon. But if I ever do a premium mod, I'm definitely gonna like do the main creature, and then probably like the premium part is gonna be like a fuck ass saddle cosmetic or something, like just like cool shit. That's what just like at least like what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Not sure though. In due time.
I believe in you. Well, we're teetering at the 5-hour mark, Clay. We need to we need to filibuster. We need to filibuster for another 45 seconds.
Do you fucking do? No.
Dude, we need to filibuster for another 45 seconds. Isn't that the term?
No fucking way.
Dude, dropped the fucking bombshell. Man. Let me see if this is done.
Did you hear about that guy who filibustered for like 42 hours straight or some shit when the presidency? I just don't know.
What the fuck?
Presidency.
No.
Someone filibustered to fucking like to prevent some shit from going through. That was like a base-filled move, I think.
Good Lord. Why? Okay, dude, I actually don't understand this.
What the fuck?
Why is it that my this file size for my mod is half the size it is now than it was in the first upload, even though I haven't changed anything and I've actually added stuff? This vexes me. This vexes me.
Dude, Ark trying to like kill you for real.
Alright, hold on, I need to play the outro music. Dude, wait, I gotta show you. Can you look at my stream real quick? Yeah, I need to show you my stream starting screen. It's so fucking funny.
So, it's on YouTube, right?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Hold on, I'm putting it up now. Let me grab it for you. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Shut up, Kaz. Yes.
Oh my god, he's live right. No, what the fuck is this? What is this? Why? 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 You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, man. You don't understand.
Dude, you have free will.
And this is gonna be saved. People are gonna watch this video in 5 years, and they're gonna see this part, and they're gonna yes, it is at the start.
It's at the fucking start.
People are gonna see this. This is gonna be immortalized.
Dude, what the fuck?
How does that make you feel?
What were you working on today?
Do you want to see it? I can show you. Let me actually stream. I'll stream that way because I think there's a bit of a delay. Let me stream. Hold on. I can show you. Here. I mean, on Discord, I will. Here you go.
Make it quick. I do gotta go do something.
You want to see it?
My body is telling me I must. Alright, show me.
Alright. So, we set up. Let's see. Let's grab this guy. So we set this guy up. You can see he's had some changes from last time. Yeah. Right now, yeah, he walks around. I don't know if I have my sound on for you. Hold on. Let me make sure I do. There we go. I could hear him. Yeah, so he walks around. He's got a little charging, like, buildup of speed that he does over time. And we set it up because when he bites like this when he runs, but when he charges while he's sprinting, he actually does a headbutt instead. That was done with a little, some basic graphing that we did. Also with some graphing, we set it up so that you can toggle turn in place by pressing spacebar.
Yeah.
So that can be turned on and turned off. He has a right click, that's a little projectile attack. Right now it's just using the Reaper's one.
Yeah.
And let me toggle damage numbers real quick. Let's get a para. If I can catch a freaking para, let's see. Maybe I'll do a mouse traps instead. Mouse traps are slower. So let's see if I can hit him. But yeah, so this is how much damage I normally do, right? I do that.
22, okay.
Yeah. But then with those, see, I do double damage.
Oh, yeah.
While they have it. Don't worry about the. Don't worry about
chase him. Kill his ass.
Yeah,
catch up. You're fast.
Run his ass down. Actually, one thing I forgot to set up, which maybe I can do now. I forgot to set up a melee swing.
Oh my god, you actually might catch him.
No,
oh my god.
I'm about to run out of stamina. No! Fuck! You're so close.
Dude, excellent. Fucking give yourself 600 stam. But
yeah, one thing I forgot actually. That was the main. What else did we do? I should have a bunch of examples of stuff. I need to real quickly here. Hold on. Don't mind me.
Yeah. I might ask you about how you do the attack indexes, because Bronto's gonna have turn stomps, like turning stomps, and it's gonna be only enabled when he's turning in place. But I can't figure out which boolean is like turn in place. So I'll probably consult that to you in a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is the way that it's set up right now. There is just a I will say, yeah, I'm not. I'm not 100%
You're not burst,
sure.
But it's good enough.
I'm not 100% sure if there is like a. I think there's like a is turning. Is playing turning animation? Yeah, there you go. Right. So you can do it like that. And yeah, literally all this is it's just if it's a branch condition if it's running, or if it's doing whatever, like for yours, if it's turning in place, and if it's using the specific attack index, then it'll swap to the other one. Yeah, it's all really simple stuff. This is the stuff for the for the thing. Yeah, like so we set up a custom buff for the ranged attack, and it detects that buff, and then it adjusts the damage. But it's all really simple. And then like this, the basic, we added a little client notification thing that tells you when it's on and off, so you know.
Yeah, I'm getting phone calls, so I actually gotta go.
All right. Bye-bye. Well, we've reached 5 hours.
Yeah, alright. Good shit, Lapis. I'll see you later.
Bye-bye. Alright, super. Yeah, we've reached 5 hours. This is a bit of a wrap. And then the only other thing we did Why is it making me compile? I'm scared. Oh, because I added a bool. Whew, okay, I added a pin. That's why. Okay. Don't scare me like that. And then the only other thing we really added was our little alpha variant. So, yeah, with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and close this out. So, didn't get through everything that I wanted to. We'll have a few more things. I think I'm going to do another one probably in a couple of weeks, again, like this one. And next time, we're going to do saddles. I want to talk about saddles because those are a little more complex. Generally, just like additional things. So we'll do saddles. Maybe we'll do an Apex drop. And yeah, so saddles that I want to do. I want to show the process of using pre-existing rigs as well. So that'll be something we'll do next time. But yeah, in general, I think I'm actually going to probably publish this guy so you guys can try him out and see what we worked on stream. So yeah, that you can see the creature actually in game. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I'm just going to make some last minute tweaks, but yeah, thank you guys all so much for coming. I think this is a bit of a wrap. I unfortunately don't have this on the ending screen, so I'm just going to go back to the starting screen. But yeah, I think that just about covers it. So yeah, we talked about some pretty basic graphing things, what a couple of things like branches and sequences and things like that do, right? We set up the alpha variant, and yeah, all in all, we did some great stuff. We created a buff, right? We created a buff. We showed what buffs can do. Buffs can do a ton of stuff. Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and call it here.